Okay. Well, this is a nice intimate gathering. And it's an intimate gathering because the world is going insane. I'd like to welcome you to Australia. It's just down the road, about 13,000 miles. And the reason I'm standing here today and you're sitting there now is because I've been banned from Australia. Not only banned from Australia, but banned from Australia 4 hours before my plane left, having been given a visa all those months before when it wasn't a problem. 4 hours before my plane left, it was a problem. But you see, I'm not the problem. The problem is information. It's kind of a head shaker, really, even more now to me than ever, to be told year after year, decade after decade, that you're wrong, that what you're saying about a few people controlling the world and what you're saying about where it's leading is there's going to be more and more censorship and more control and more surveillance. That's wrong. And tick, 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 drip, 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 they prove me right. But they have so little self-awareness they can't even see that they're proving me right. And it's worth mentioning that what I'm going to present today is, apart from one or two tiny little additions as a result and responding to the ban in Australia, what I'm going to present today is going to be what I would have presented in Australia at about, 6 talks in major cities. Thousands of people had bought tickets and will be watching this video when it's available. And when you see what I'm going to say, and then you process that through he's been banned from Australia for saying this, you realize the scale of Orwellian censorship that we're now facing. Because I work on the coalface of this, pushing and challenging the official agendas, I see how far it's gone. I know how difficult it is now to speak in public in a free country, anywhere in the world. If you live your life, however, between the parameters of acceptability, you will think, there's no censorship. I have journalists say to me, no one tells me what to write. No, because you never write anything that challenges the system. You try doing that and you see if you can write anything you like. So we meet here at a very pivotal time in the unfolding journey of the human race. A pivotal time where what we call freedom is disappearing. And it's disappearing for a reason. And because it's for a reason, that's why I was able to call it out 20, 30 years ago. Because it's not happening randomly. And the tour was called Everything You Need to Know, after the last book that I wrote. And that's what the system doesn't want you to know. What you need to know to understand the world and what's happening, to understand reality and what's happening. What they want us to see is only what gets us to see the world as they want us to see it. And thus you have to censor things that expose your narrative for what it is. So, the world is mad. It's insane. And because everything is an inversion, and increasingly more so, someone who was once presented as a nutter becomes the one exposing the fact that the world is mad. And this is how mad it is. This guy, Divi or Devere, whatever you pronounce it, Abramovich, of an organization called the Anti-Defamation Commission. It's called the Anti-Defamation Commission because it goes around defaming people. And a sidekick called Kate Ashmore were responsible for 25 million Australians being denied the right to choose what they want to hear and not hear. And that is Australia. But it's not only Australia, it's everywhere because it's a global agenda. So, when I say that ultra-Zionists, the extreme Zionists that are behind the far-right regime in Israel, have far more power than their number, that is called anti-Semitic. But one man, essentially, decides what 25 million Australians can and cannot see and hear. And what does that mean? What does that mean to where we are? It means, I know I'm doing it, but if you say I'm doing it, it's anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism being not a protection of Jewish people, but a protection racket to protect the far-right regime in Israel from legitimate criticism. And it's being used everywhere, more and more incessantly, not to protect Jewish people from discrimination, I'm all for that, but to protect the far-right extremists in Israel from legitimate exposure and criticism. And it does turn my frickin' stomach to think that what happened to people in Nazi Germany is being used and exploited for a political agenda today to serve people who did not suffer in Nazi Germany. That takes some comprehending for me. But that's what it is if you break it down. You can't say that, it's anti-Semitic. I just bloody have. So, I've learned my lesson though. I've learned my lesson. You don't speak the truth if they don't want you to. So I'm going to start with an apology. I'm afraid I've got to apologize. This is my apology. I've written it down. I'd like to apologize to anyone I've not yet offended. Please be patient and I'll get to you shortly. Hopefully by the end of this. Because we live within a new religion called I Am Offended. And I Am Offended is simply a version of we will decide what you can and cannot say. I am offended. I don't quote Churchill much, but this is a good one. Some people's idea of free speech is that they are free to say what they like, but if anyone says anything back, that is an outrage. That is the world we now live in, when 25 million Australians cannot decide what they can see and hear. One man essentially decides it for him through an immigration minister called David Coleman, who lives his life to the whirring sound of background noise, which is his spine vibrating in fear of not doing what he's told. Orwell said, if liberty means anything, it is the right to tell people what they don't want to hear. Without that right, there is no freedom. If people don't have the freedom to speak their truth, no one does, because what's left is merely to conform to what is acceptable, which is not freedom of speech at all. It's freedom to conform. Born to be offended. We are developing people systematically to be offended about anything, because once people are offended and you stop and silence what they're offended by, you're creating more and more reasons to silence your target population, which is what we're seeing. And I have a foolproof, fail-proof way of overcoming being offended. It's ever so simple. Choose not to be. Being offended is just a choice we can make anytime we want. But what we're being encouraged to do is to make the choice to be offended, because then freedom of speech can be deleted. Nobody can hurt me without my permission, Mahatma Gandhi, and we have to stop giving it. I've faced 30 years of abuse, ridicule. I'm not offended by it. I would rather take that than have people silenced, because if they're silenced, then freedom of speech is gone. And when that goes, all freedom goes. And that's what we're seeing unfold now. Oh, I'm still offended. But what are we offended by? We are offended by all these irrelevant labels and fault lines that we are given and we give ourselves. Labels of race, of politics, of culture, of religion, of gender. Endless bloody labels which we self-identify. And this new religion of I am offended is really the religion of I am, which goes like this: I am man, woman, black, white, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, middle class, working class, name, age, and birth date. I am label. I have fallen into label consciousness. I am, in the name of one of my books, I am a phantom self. I am looking at the experiences that I'm having, which are given labels, and I'm self-identifying with that experience as if it's the real me. And it's label consciousness that is now going into the stratosphere in terms of extremes, and these different labels are then played off against each other, and we have the key element in any few controlling the many, which is divide and rule. The new religion of I am offended is really the religion of fake self-identity. And now we are having these previous self-identities, which are just experiences in a transitory little experience in what we call the world. We are having these previous labels now subdivided and subdivided and subdivided into more and more minutiae of labels, which is causing more and more conflict, more and more divide and rule, more and more imposition of one person's view on another. Who am I? Who am I? I'll have a look, because that's what it's become, this self-identity. Who am I? I can't be that. I must be that. Get me another class. You see, oh, smaller. That's who I am now. And so, we have this. This is a self-identity code actually used by an American university. LGBT, TQQ, FAGP, DSM, that's who I am. Oh, really? I'm Dave. Nice to meet you. But why stop there? Why stop there? Left-handed people are a minority. How can you leave them off? Wouldn't be fair, wouldn't be inclusive. So we'll have an LH, there you go. And then there's people with ingrowing toenails. They are a minority, and they bloody hurt. You've got to have some feeling for them. So you have, there you go, ITN, it goes. And then is, I'm sexually attracted to Christmas cakes. Okay, well, you're a CC, there you go. And off we are. We go, and there's 26 letters in the alphabet. You can use them as many times as you bloody like. So it's infinite. And so it just gets longer and longer and longer. Who am I? I'll have a look. And all the time, this self-identity delusion is consuming us and hijacking our self-identity all this time. Here we are all along, just consciousness, a state of being aware. No body, no form in our pure sense, just a state of awareness. And yet, we self-identify not with that, but with the experiences that is having. This is the state of awareness that leaves the body at what we call death, another illusion. We are points of attention within an infinite state of awareness. And that point of attention can be the size of a pea, or it can be infinity itself. It's just a choice of how much consciousness we choose to allow in, and the more we self-identify with the more and greater minutiae of self-identity, the less of that consciousness we're actually able to access, because our focus of attention is so narrow and tiny. We are consciousness. We, however, self-identify in the experiences that the consciousness is temporarily, oh so temporarily, having. So there is nothing wrong with enjoying being a particular race, a particular religion, a particular culture, a particular income bracket, any of it. That's just an experience. But if we lose the understanding that ultimately we are all the same consciousness having different experiences, then the potential emerges for the world that we have seen today and for so long. Labels enslave us. Seeing through them sets us free. I am you, you are me. We are just different points of attention in the same infinite I. What is race? Same consciousness, different color vehicle. What is sexuality? Same consciousness, different experience. That's all it is. It's not the color of our skin that makes us different. It's the color of our thoughts, or as Martin Luther King brilliantly said, it's not the color of our skin, it's the content of our character. So, only this far we have come. As I set out my philosophy on life, whether people accept it or not is their choice, only this far we have come. And we see the inversion, where someone with that philosophy that we are all one consciousness having different experiences, and the experiences are just transitory, is considered a racist. When those who utterly and completely self-identify with their label so that it defines everything they are, everything they think, everything they do, and everything they try to censor and silence, are called anti-racists. This is the madness to which we have descended, because we live in a great inversion. Everything is upside down. Everything is the wrong way up. Those who shout racism the loudest are the ones most obsessed with race. Anti-racists see racist everywhere. They see race everywhere. They define everything through race. I look at different races, and what I see is the same consciousness having different experiences. But I'm the racist and they're the anti-racist. This is the great inversion. Those who make their fortunes from us being sick are the ones that tell us how we should become well. Another inversion, and this one, Michael Elner. Just look at us. Everything is backwards. Everything is upside down. Doctors destroy health, lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, the major media destroy information, and religions destroy spirituality. And my God, you can compound that so many times today from the time that those words were first spoken. And all inversions come from this inversion, an inversion of self-identity. Self-identifying with the transitory, irrelevant labels and not the I, the eternal I that we all are. So, we can, in this illusion, have the illusion that we are free. Like I said, if you live your life within the parameters of accepted society and accepted belief, then you can live your life as if you're free, because no one's telling you you've got to do this, got to do that. But all the time, if we look deeper, this is what freedom in this world really is. A prison where so many can't see the bars, but more and more are seeing them as they become more obvious. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. And this is one of the great scams to hold people in perceptual servitude. Get them to believe that they're free so they don't do anything about the fact that they're not. And this in so many ways is a key to mass enslavement, the illusion of freedom. And, you know, we see slavery of the body, and we've seen that through the ages and through the centuries. And that's easy to see, slavery of the body. But the key slavery, the one you can't see unless you open your mind, is slavery of the mind. That's the level in which this whole control of humanity is played out. This is a guy called Edward Bernays, called the father of PR to this day, what some people call spin, what I call lying. He wrote a book in 1928, and he said this: "We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. People are rarely aware of the real reasons which motivate their actions." This is the mind game which holds the mass of humanity in servitude to the few. Because what we call human life is actually, when you burrow below the surface, and not very far these days, my God, this human life is really one big program, one big perceptual program, one big perceptual download. Human life from cradle to grave. And what I'm going to use as a symbol as we go through is the headset as the program. Put the headset on early as possible and keep it there for the rest of their lives. And all that's available, all that's possible, all that's going on outside the program, don't let them see it. And if some people get out there and say, hey, this is what's going on, ban them from Australia. So this is basically the story. And we can break out of it. Some people have. More people are. You come out of the womb, and immediately you are having your perceptions of reality influenced by your parents. Not because they are bad people, but they've been through the process you're about to go through and bought it, and thus they think they're doing the best for you by passing on their programmed perceptions to you. And in a ridiculously short time, what is it now, 4 years? You have just come into the world, and within 4 years, you are sitting at a desk, and an authority figure representing the state is telling you what is, what isn't, what's possible, what's not possible, what's happened, what's not happened, what is, what isn't, when you can go to the toilet, when you can speak, when you can eat. You've only just bloody arrived here, and it's started. You then go to, through school and college and university where this programming is constantly downloaded, and then you go out into the world of work. That's when a big change happens then, a big change, because instead of your mum coming in the morning and saying, you've got to get up, you'll be late for school, what will the teacher say? Now your partner comes in and says, get up, you've got to go to work, what will the boss say? It's the same program, it's just a different expression of it. And then you have a family, and the whole process starts again, and you drop off the end. And another lot come in the other end. It's a conveyor belt of perceptual control, serving a system that most people don't even know exists because they're too busy surviving. Get them in, keep them confused, get them out, and get another lot in. This is what has been happening generation after generation after generation. I never let life pass me by. I live in the real world. Of course you bloody do. The real world that's fed to you from cradle to grave. And woe betide if you challenge or question it. Not least today. We are told what to like. We are told what questions to ask about reality, and crucially, we are told what to fear. And the idea is to perceptually control, therefore, control behavior for an entire human lifetime. This is what they want: control of the mind, control of perception, because from that, for reasons I'll come to, everything else comes. And it's done through what I call the postage stamp consensus. This is a narrow band of information that is taught to us, downloaded to us, in the schools, the universities, the colleges, through the mainstream media, and through people around us who've been through the same system and taken on its beliefs and perceptions. And it's a very narrow band of information, and crucially, it's a very narrow band of possibility. Control and squeeze the possible, it's a massive form of control. And if you step off the postage stamp, then you get the reaction. You get the reaction of abuse or ridicule. You're either mad or dangerous. And where is this ridicule coming from and this abuse? Where is it coming from today? Is it coming from the authorities? Yes, to an extent, but where is it mostly coming from? Other people on the postage stamp. It's the sheep demanding the sheep that don't want to conform, do conform. We don't need a sheepdog anymore because the sheep are keeping the sheep in line. No need for the dog. So that's the postage stamp. Consensus reality that is downloaded from cradle to grave. And what is it? Bullshit, most of it. And it's meant to be, because this is not about downloading perceptions of reality. This is about downloading perceptions of desired reality for an ongoing agenda of human control. Another way of describing the postage stamp: unquestioned belief. Accept the information you're told to believe in and do not question it. That's what the postage stamp is. It's unquestioned belief. It's the only reason it exists. Because if you question it, most of it, you realize what a load of old crap it is. And another one, familiarity. It's another great way that we kept on the postage stamp. Familiarity. When something becomes familiar, people stop questioning it. Because this is how it is, mate. Yeah, that's how it is. I mean, kids coming out of the womb and very quickly going to school for all their formative years, being told what to think, being told what to believe. Anybody question that? Well, no, that's what happens, isn't it? You know, you go to school because school, in the way that it's done today, is familiar. And when it becomes familiar, it gets a gimme in terms of being questioned. Well, that's how things are, mate. Familiarity. One of the great ways of human control. And so the idea is to keep people on this narrow band of perception, the postage stamp consensus, their entire lives, and then you give consequences to anyone that wants to step off it, and that is happening today like never before. So we're imprisoned by the postage stamp, imprisoned by education. Gandhi was asked what he thought of Western civilization. He said, I think it would be a very good idea. What do I think of education? I think it would be a very good idea. It's about time we had some. Get them early. Get a postage stamp in their heads. You've got them for life. Study shows kids are born creative geniuses, but education system destroys imagination. I've been writing about this for decades. I've seen so many of these studies. All the independent ones come to the same conclusion that headline comes to. The longer you are in school, the more your uniqueness disappears, the more your free thinking disappears. Why? Because that's what it's meant to do. Imprisoned by peer pressure. How many people are not speaking their truth, or giving their true opinion, because they fear what the reaction of people around them will be? Crikey, the number's so long. I mean, it's unbelievable. Because peer pressure. I've accepted the postage stamp, you must accept the postage stamp. Put another way, you must believe what we do, or there are consequences. It's called, I called it a long time ago, psychological fascism. That's what it is. I believe this, so you must believe it. And the people imposing this overwhelmingly call themselves anti-fascists. Inversion. Imprisoned by money. A lot of people say that control of money is about greed. Well, on one level, yes it is, but it's not the real reason. It's not the key foundation reason. The key control reason for controlling money is the word, again, control. Because what is freedom? If you break it down, it's freedom to choose. For instance, in terms of free speech, it's freedom to choose what to say. It's freedom to choose what to believe. The more choices you have, the more freedom you have. And because of the way society is structured today, on purpose, money is overwhelmingly what decides what choices you have. If you do this, if you do that, if you go there, if you go here. Money. So the bottom line of money is not greed, that's the lower levels of it. The real reason is control of choice through money, or lack of it, and thus control of behavior. How many people are not doing what they really want to do with their lives because they say, I don't have enough money? Imprisoned by surviving. Get people to have to serve you to earn the money to pay you for the basics of life, food, warmth, shelter. And then they serve you, you pay them, they pay you back the money to survive. Imprisoned by postage stamp normal. And if you put all of those together, It comes down to one thing: imprisoned by perception. From perception comes everything else. The idea is to control what people receive as information and thus control their perceptions, and from perceptions come behavior. So if you control information received, you control perception, you control behavior, which is why we're having all this censorship now on a never before seen scale, certainly in the modern world. It's to control perception from information that would lead people to have different perceptions. And you can see just how powerful this is. According to mainstream science, planet Earth, compared with the projected size of the universe, is the equivalent of a billionth of a pinhead. And yet, the idea that there is other life, quote, out there, other than human, is perceived by many to be crazy. He believes in little green men. Well, given the fact that the vastness of forever must have limitless expressions of life, maybe somewhere out there there are little green men and women and transgenders. I mean, who bloody knows? Chances are there are, but no. All those lights in the night sky, no one lives out there. There's only humans. It's madness. And yet, so much of the postage stamp is coming from that perspective. This is the power. And, you know, another sobering thought is that it's not just the mass of the people that go through this program, this perception program. It's everyone beyond the real shadow people who are running the system. The scientists, the doctors, the academics, the journalists, the politicians have all been through this same big program postage stamp download. So they go off from the schools and colleges into mainstream society, where they meet other people in banking and business and journalism and doctors and science and politics, who've been through the same system a bit earlier than they have, but they all have basically the same perceptions of reality because that's all they've ever bloody heard. And when everyone around you is confirming that what you've been told is right, you believe it. So, I'm a politician. Let me tell you what we should do. As if they have any idea. I'm an academic. Let me tell you what to believe. What anyone tells me to believe. I'm a scientist. Let me tell you what reality is. I'm a doctor. Let me heal you. And the funniest of all, I'm a journalist. Let me tell you what's going on. They are just software programs of the big program, running the system, because the postage stamp consensus is pounded at us 24/7 through all the TV channels worldwide and the radio and stuff. And this, grab some sound, a bit loud, but there you go. Grab some sound, is that possible? These are metronomes, obviously. And they were all started at different times, and gradually they all come together and move as one, except this guy over here. His name's David, apparently, this fella. But they all move as one. And what we're seeing is that happening all the time in human society. People pounded into the conformity of perception. Human consciousness in one word, unconscious, or the human condition in one word, unconscious. The lifelong hypnotic trance, which is what the program puts most people into. Mass murder is the work of conscious people. Conscious people get in aircraft and go and bomb and kill and maim the innocent just because someone tells them to. They are conscious people. No, they are unconscious people. And unconsciousness is what is driving human society. And we need to wake up and see the madness. It doesn't matter if you're a single sheep in the herd who sees things different. We need to speak our truth and not be intimidated into silence. Because if we go on being so, then we have seen nothing yet. And my God, we're a long way now down that road. And what I'm going to talk about today, the theme of what I'm going to be talking about today is context. Context is everything. Because if you look at people, events, organizations, whatever, in and of themselves, they look a certain way when seen in isolation. But you see them connected, and suddenly they look very different to what they did before. Context. It's what we're not given. We are allowed to see some of what is happening. What we're not given is the crucial point of why it is happening. And when the why is brought in, the world transforms into a very different state of understanding. We are given information as pieces, as pixels. We're not given the connections between that information. Therefore, everything seems random. Everything seems to be just happening by chance. But when you connect the dots, you see a very different world. So that is what is going on. And what I'm going to do today is connect the dots. These lights, I know they've got to be on, but they're really, really hot, and I'm struggling with sweat in my eyes. If someone could get me a towel or something, that would be great. Thanks. So when you do connect the dots, you start to realize that the world that we see is manipulated from where we don't see. The world of the seen is just a projection of reality from the unseen. It's in the unseen where it's all being orchestrated. And the world is being controlled by, I might say, a symbolic spider's web, but the spider's web is so accurate in the way that the thing works that it's almost not even symbolic. You have a spider in the center of the web, which I'll come to relatively shortly. And then the strands immediately around the spider are the most secretive secret societies. Some of them don't even have names because it's much harder to identify them. These are people really in the know. And they won't be people that you'll see in the public arena. As you come out from the spider, you're still in the unseen. You then start to come across the secret societies that we do know but don't know about. The Freemasons, the inner core of the Freemasons, the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta, the inner core of the Jesuit order, Opus Dei, and so on. All these secret societies that people have heard of, but don't know what they do in secret, in the shadows. And then you meet a point on the web that I call the cusp, where the hidden meets the seen. And at this point, you meet a series of organizations which were created out of a secret society in Britain called the Round Table, which was started in the late 19th century and first headed by Cecil Rhodes, a big Rothschild, House of Rothschild frontman who plundered southern Africa for them. And from this round table came a series of organizations around the world, satellite organizations representing its interest and agenda. We had the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London, 1920, Council on Foreign Relations in America, 1921, which has driven American foreign policy ever since, right to this day. Bilderberg Group, 1954, created at the Bilderberg Hotel in Oosterbeek, Holland, and the Trilateral Commission in 1972-73. Thanks. Feel like a bloody boxer here. Oh man, God, that was a hard round. Oh, okay. Could have been a contender. And these organizations gather together people across the great spectrum of the system, politicians and business people and bankers and intelligence people, military people sometimes, journalists and so on. And their role is to take this spider agenda and play it out into the public arena from this cusp point. And then what we see next are all these decisions being made and all these happenings in the world of the scene. Oh, hello, this is the BBC 10 o'clock news. This has happened today. That's happened today. This political statement, this decision. Oh, they all seem kind of random. But actually, the society-changing ones are not random. They are coming from the source that's driving them from the shadows. And where this is being taken, I've been talking about this for so long, and just look at the world, is to create what I call the Hunger Games society, where you have a tiny few, people call it today the 1%, actually less than 1% at its core, dictating everything. At the bottom, you have the rest of humanity, basically, including those that think they're doing all right at the moment. But if you're not part of the 1%, they want what you've got as well. And in between, holding that status quo is a plan to be, I say plan to be, look at it unfolding around the world, including this country, and Australia, a police state. And its role is to hold that structure in place and impose upon the people the decisions of the 1%. And this is the political structure of that Hunger Games society globally. Talking about this now, this structure, since 1993, 92, a world government dictating to every community on planet Earth, a world central bank dictating all global finance, a world currency, which, as I've been saying since the very early 1990s, was designed to be a cashless digital currency. Look at it. Look at the cashless society unfolding so fast now, with more and more blocks for you to use cash, even get cash. ATMs shutting down, bank branches shutting down. Because once you control cash in a cashless society, you control everything if there's no alternative. A world army to impose the will on the world government. This is the expansion of NATO and other forms of military. And a microchip population connected to a global computer system. And then some, as I'll come to as we go along. Under that, a series of superstates. The most advanced, the European Union, imposing the will of the world government on its sphere of influence, and under that, the breaking up of nation states into regions to break up any unity of response to the edifice of power above. And there is an end game in this, and we are looking it in the eye. And the end game is called the end of humanity. Some people call it the end of humanity. I prefer to call it the end of humanity as we know it, and eventually the end of humanity in total, I would suspect. And that is AI. The plan, which I'm going to come to in some detail, to connect the human brain to artificial intelligence. And they're talking about a date period of 2030 and beyond. I'm talking in 2019. So, when Stephen Hawking, the late Stephen Hawking, said the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race, he was right. What they don't tell you, because I suggest most of them don't know, the end of humanity, that's the idea. We've been taken here, kitty, 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 along this road to where this is possible, and we are there now, and we need to wake up fast. And because we need to wake up fast, and how do we wake up? By knowing what's going on. That's why the censorship is kicking in like never before. So I'm going to go through a 9-point plan, and they are very different subjects that appear, most of them, one or two may seem to connect, but most of them appear to have no connection whatsoever. But every single one is connected, and not least by this, control of perception. And this war on perception is the key to everything. Because we get our perceptions from information received, and from our perceptions comes our behavior. So if you can control information received, you control perception, you control behavior. What people will do, not do, support, not support, challenge, not challenge, etc. And that's what this censorship, again, is all about. Control perception and focus, and you control everything. And that's what's happening. And this is what Henry Kissinger, very nice man, never goes home. Very good to his mother, never goes home. The personification of evil speaks. This guy's history is extraordinary. But he said this: it is not a matter of what is true that counts, but what is perceived to be true. And in that sentence, he encapsulates everything that I've been saying. The idea is that we do not know, but we do not know that we do not know. And to achieve that, the idea is to give us a fake version, a fake reality of everything. So, number one in this list, control perception by controlling the perception of reality. If we don't understand what reality is, what this world is that we are living, quote, in, that we are interacting with all the time, then how can we understand anything else? It's impossible. You can't understand what's happening in the world if we don't understand what the world actually is and how it works. So the idea is to keep us in ignorance of the very reality that we are experiencing. And how many people in the great mass of humanity know that we don't actually live in a world at all? In the way that it's perceived, we live in a band of frequency which we are decoding into a perception of a world. According to mainstream science, of all the mass, matter, energy that exists in the universe, the electromagnetic spectrum, what people call light, is 0.005% of what exists. Some say it's a bit more, not much. But even crazier is that visible light, which is the only band of frequency that we can see, that everything we perceive as the visual world is within that band of frequency, is a smear of the 0.005%. We are basically blind to almost the entirety of existence. Just as when we're watching Channel 1, we are blind to the entirety of all the other channels available. So we don't live in a world, we live in a band of frequency of a certain vibration and information source, and we are decoding that into the world we think is outside of us. So we live in an infinity of consciousness, an infinity of possibility, of potential. But while we are experiencing through this human form, which locks our attention into this frequency band, we are aware of only a tiny, tiny fraction of what actually exists. This is a great quote which kind of encapsulates what I'm talking about. Consider that you can see less than 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum and hear less than 1% of the acoustic spectrum. 90% of your cells carry their own microbial DNA and are not you. The atoms in your body are 99 point all those 9% empty space. Actually, nothing's empty space, but the perception of it can be there. And none of them are the ones you were born with. Human beings have 44 chromosomes, 2 less than a potato. The existence of the rainbow depends on the conical photoreceptors in your eyes. To animals without cones, the rainbow does not exist. So you don't just look at a rainbow, you create it. This is pretty amazing, especially considering that all the beautiful colors you see represent less than 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum. And we experience the world as solid and outside of us, when actually that's an illusion. It's not outside of us at all. This is where the world we perceive as outside of us actually exists, in our head, when we have decoded it. And the principle is exactly the same as a computer and Wi-Fi. I guess in this hotel, like almost everywhere else now, they have Wi-Fi. Yeah, okay. So where is it? Where is it? I can't see it. And what do people on the postage stamp say? Well, show it me then. Got to exist if I can see it. If I can't see it, well, it doesn't exist, does it? Okay, well, show me bloody Wi-Fi then. But get a computer and tune it into these radiation information fields that we call Wi-Fi, and it will take that radiation information form of that information and it will put it on the screen in a totally different form. It will decode it, in effect. And if you said to people that in this room there are fields of information that you can tap into anywhere in the world, people in Australia and South Africa and South America and London, wherever, can tap into that same collective reality and put the same collective reality on their screen. If people didn't know about Wi-Fi and they didn't know about computers, they would say, that's mad. That's mad. You're crazy. You sound like that David Icke bloke. You're crazy, man. But because now people know about Wi-Fi and they know about computers, when you say in this room there is radiation information and you can create it anywhere in the world, you can tune and tap into it, people go, oh yeah, Wi-Fi, computers, I know about that. The only difference between you're mad, mate, what are you talking about? And yeah, computers, yeah, Wi-Fi, I know about that. The only difference between those two is knowledge. That's all it is. Knowledge of computers and Wi-Fi. If you can control and suppress knowledge, you can get people laughing in the face of the truth. And if you look at the way that we basically create and experience this reality, it's the same principle. We live in a sea of information, of possibility and probability, which we decode into a reality on our screen. It's basically in here. just like the computer. And just like the computer, we take information in a waveform state and we turn it into a reality that is totally different once it's decoded, hence the world that we see. So the bottom line foundation of this reality is waveform information. And the physics of computer games mirror those of our reality because they are essentially the same principle happening, none of which we are supposed to understand because it gives us a completely different perception of our own self and our own power. So I call this cosmic Wi-Fi, this information field or fields that we are constantly interacting with, this sea of possibility and probability, the cosmic internet. And we interact with it electrically, the brain works electrically, electromagnetically, and so on. And Werner Heisenberg, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, said, atoms or elementary particles themselves are not real. They form a world of potentialities or possibilities rather than one of things or facts. And that potentiality are these Wi-Fi, cosmic Wi-Fi fields, which we then, through our perceptional state, Rays I'll get into in part 2, then turn into the world and the experiences that we call the world. And so if you look at the 5 senses, what they're doing is taking waveform information from this field, which we are interacting with. It's not one way, it's interactive. And they're turning this waveform information into electrical information, same information, different form, and they're communicating it to the brain. And the brain then decodes that electrical information into what is holographic digital information, which is the world that we think we are experiencing outside of us. And if you take the ear, it's a classic, but they all work like this. The ear takes waves, sound waves, turns them into electrical information, communicates them to the brain, and only then do we hear sound. I'm speaking now, but words are not passing between me and everyone else. What's happening is my vocal cords are creating a waveform information field, which I am projecting, and then it is decoded in the ways that I've described, and eventually the brain then hears and decodes the words that I appear to be saying. And so, different parts of the brain specialize in decoding information from different senses, and then the brain puts it all together, and it's the world that we think we are experiencing. From the waveform, through the digital to the holographic, and that's the world we experience as the physical world. Waveform, digital, holographic, the world we think we're experiencing. And the more that technology moves on, the more it mirrors our reality. The more holographics moves on, the more we can see this. These 2 guys with the guitars here, they are in London, being projected holographically onto a stage in Florida. And the best of these holographic creations now are almost imperceivable from the real thing. And is this so crazy when you see how far virtual reality has come to being indistinguishable from the reality we call the world? And according to the people at the cutting edge of this technology, it won't be long before you won't be able to tell the difference. And how do these virtual realities get into our sense of perception? They hack into the very decoding processes that I've been describing. The gloves hack in to the feeling touch senses. The headsets hack in to the visual senses and the hearing senses with the earphones, etc. And when people get tapped into this virtual reality, it can seem incredibly real. And all they're doing is taking electrical information and turning it into an experience they believe and experience as real. That's what our reality is. Human life is watching an interactive virtual reality movie. And like I say, it is interactive. We are affected by these fields that we decode, and our perceptions are affecting and changing those fields, just as you post on the internet and you receive off the internet. This is a mainstream science magazine called Wonderpedia magazine. Every second, 11 million sensations crackle along these brain pathways. The brain is confronted with an alarming array of images, sounds, and smells, which it rigorously filters down until it is left with a manageable list of around 40. Thus, 40 sensations, pieces of information, per second out of 11 million per second make up what we perceive as reality. I live in the real world, mate, I do. But of course, the physical world as we perceive it is made of atoms, and atoms therefore must be physical, because that's what we're told. Atoms make up the physical world. They must be physical. But they're not. Atoms that make up the physical world have no solidity. You have the electrons going around the nucleus, and the distances between the electrons and the nucleus are only those in this image that are small enough for me to get it on the screen. The real distances between the electrons and the nucleus are absolutely colossal within something we're told makes up the physical world. Here's a great quote. If the nucleus were the size of a peanut, the atom would be about the size of a baseball stadium. If we lost all the dead space inside our atoms, we would each be able to fit into a particle of dust, and the entire human race would fit into the volume of a sugar cube. This is the scale of illusion of the so-called physical world. There is no physical. What there is the decoded illusion of it. And if you live in a physical world that is genuinely physical, what's the next word that comes? Limitation. I can't. It's not possible. But when you realize this is a decoding operation involving the decoding of information, suddenly what appears to be impossible is no longer impossible, because there is no physical. And this is why you have these miracles. This is why you have these so-called esoteric or paranormal phenomena, because they're made possible by the fact the world is not solid. And if you believe it is, you'll just wave the hand and say it's not possible. This is a scientist called Robert Lanza, in a book called Biocentrism, and all he's doing here is describing what happens when we look at a candle and a flame. The flame is emitting photons, or tiny packets of electromagnetic energy, each pulsing electrically and magnetically. These invisible electromagnetic waves strike a human retina, and if and only if the waves happen to measure between 400 and 700 nanometers in length from crest to crest, then their energy is just right to deliver a stimulus to the 8 million cone-shaped cells in the retina. Each in turn send an electrical pulse to a neighbor neuron, and on up the line this goes at 250 miles an hour until it reaches the occipital lobe of the brain in the back of the head. There, a cascading complex of neurons fire from the incoming stimuli, and we subjectively perceive this experience as a yellow brightness occurring in a place we have been conditioned to call the external world. That is the scale of the illusion of physicality. Another question, does a falling tree make a noise only if you hear it? Sounds credible, it's not. Because when a falling tree falls, it doesn't make a noise. It disturbs the energetic field. If there's no one there, that's all it does. But if there is someone there, that disturbance is picked up by the ears, turned into an electrical form, communicated to the brain, and the brain hears the sound of a tree falling. This is a guy called Alan Watts, kind of a Western mystic, born in Britain, lived most of his life in America, and he died, I think, in 1973, and he said this quite rightly: without the brain, the world is devoid of light, heat, weight, solidity, motion, space, time, or any other imaginable feature. All these phenomena are interactions or transactions of vibrations with a certain arrangement of neurons. And that is how this reality that seems so real is created second by second. And so this scene from the movie The Matrix is spot on. This isn't real. What is real? How do you define real? If you are talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, taste, and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. Now, what if you know that, and this inner core spider level does, and you know that if you can manipulate the perceptual state of the brain, if you like, then you can dictate how those signals are interpreted, thus the perceived reality of the population. I'm telling you, it's all real, man. And it seems to be. He says it isn't real, idiot. Because if we don't know, then we'll laugh in the face of reality. And this is how crazy it gets. Observer decodes reality. How about this world as we perceive it only exists when we look at it? And when we're not looking at it, it's in its waveform state. Well, it's not just me that believes that. This is a mainstream newspaper. Your entire life is an illusion. New test backs up theory that the world doesn't exist until we look at it. I give another word rather than look in a second. So what they're saying is from their experiments that it seems that this world basically becomes manifest when we look at it. Here's another story from a mainstream. Atomic particles were shown to be also waves. Whether they manifested as waves or as particles, whether waveform or illusory physical, depended on whether someone was looking. Observation influenced the physical reality of the particles. In more technical language, observation collapsed the waveform. Well, I use another word rather than observation: decoding. Decoding collapses the wave function in the sense of it decodes from the wave function information into a different reality that we perceive to be this one. And thus, the act of observation triggers that decoding mechanism. And scientists call what I've just described the observer effect. I call it the decoder effect. The act of observation triggering the decoding which manifests the world and thus appears to change the waveform into another form. Nobel physicist John Wheeler: no phenomenon is a real phenomenon until it is an observed phenomenon, a decoded phenomenon. I live in the real world, people say. But the real world they think they're living in is an illusion. And it's meant to be. The real world is closer to that, a virtual reality. So, given that this is kept from us, and laughed away by most people, although the cutting edge of mainstream science, they know it's true. No wonder people go, where am I? What's going on? What's happening? When we're actually living, quote, in a world that is so dramatically different to the one we think we're experiencing and the one we think we're in. Religion is a great example of the way this perception program works. You look at religion, and what is it? It's a belief system. You take the postage stamp consensus, well, a religious belief is even narrower, a narrower part of the postage stamp. And you tell people that's what you have to believe, and anything outside of that must be wrong. A free thinker is Satan's slave. No, a free thinker is a free thinker who thinks for themselves. And if people want to believe in all these religions, good luck to you, it's none of my business. But maybe it might be worth just considering that given that we live in a tiny smear, visible light, of 0.005% of what exists in the universe, that maybe there's more to know than what a single book says, a single book within a smear of 0.005% of the universe. Maybe there is actually more to know than that. That might be worth considering. And when I talk about religion, I'm not just talking about what my father used to call bricks and mortar religion. I'm talking about endless other religions. Because if you take the dictionary definition of religion, scrupulous conformity, a system of belief held to with ardor and faith, then we are drowning in religions. On that basis, science is a religion, politics is a religion, academia is a religion, health and medicine is a religion. Because they are all based on scrupulous conformity, a system of belief held to with ardor and faith. So all these people, politicians, academics, scientists, journalists, they are either high priests or followers of different aspects of the postage stamp religion, which repels all borders. If the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. And humanity has been falling into it generation after generation. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. And this one image encapsulates everything. You've got a tiny few people, not bloody Zuckerberg, just another gopher. The idea he runs Facebook, crikey, it's the way I tell him. Sits there, staring into the headlights of an oncoming question that he's terrified of because he doesn't know anything. And he's supposed to be running Facebook. I love it. But symbolically, you've got a tiny few people, literally actually in this case, who operate from a very, very deep level of knowledge of how reality works and how psychology works. And then what you do is you put the headset, the program, on the target population, and because you are so much more aware of what's going on than they are and how it works, a tiny few people control everyone else. As Socrates said in ancient Greece, to know is to know that you know nothing. That is the meaning of true knowledge. Opening your mind, not to accept everything, but to give everything a chance. Not being arrogant enough to and misguided enough to wave away information without checking it out, without researching it, just immediate reflex action response. Because while you are open, while you know there's always more to know, whatever you think you know, you're always open to new information, new knowledge. And the postage stamp consensus is there to tell us we don't need to do that. Of course, the postage stamp knows best, knows all. So, number 2, control perception by hiding the real controllers. And the idea that we are alone in this vastness of forever is so insane. There's nothing absolutely confirms like this the scale of the program. The Milky Way galaxy is huge. And when you look into that vast night sky, that explosion of lights, you are seeing something akin to what's inside that yellow circle. That's all you are seeing of the Milky Way galaxy. And until the 1920s, mainstream science believed or could only identify one galaxy in the universe. The latest, highest estimate of galaxies in the universe is 2 trillion. We have gone from 1 to 2 trillion in less than 100 years. And if you'd have said, when they believed there was one, that there was at least 2 trillion, they would have called the blokes in the white coats and the ambulance. Because people perceive as real only what they perceive as real in that moment. Trillions of galaxies, trillions of stars, trillions of planets, but life only exists on a billionth of a pinhead, planet Earth. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, okay. Nothing to see here. Move on. He believes in little green men. It's unbelievable. And some people who actually do have a mind of their own, even in mainstream media, there's one or two, not many. One of them's got a guy called Tucker Carlson in America, has a program on Fox News. Personally, I can't stand Fox News. I can't stand any of them. CNN, MSNBC, all a bunch of liars. But this guy is a proper journalist. I don't agree with everything he believes, I'm sure. Quite a lot, maybe. But he's a journalist who asks the right questions. And what he's been having on in the last, I don't know, maybe 9 months, there was another one the other day, are people on to talk credibly about the fact that there are things going on in terms of unexplainable craft, etc., and they're being suppressed. So he's talking about radar images from the military with craft appearing that are moving at speeds that no one in the human world knows about, or in the public arena knows about, and they're changing direction at those speeds, which is, in terms of the laws of physics, apparently impossible. But they're doing it. And he asked the question, why is the Pentagon not investigating credible UFO reports from its own military? Because that's where they're coming from. Because they don't want us to know what's going on. Here's another one from the other day. The US government admits UFOs are real. The US Navy has changed the way that their staff, their operatives report UFO experiences to make it easier, because there are now so many. This is a CIA document, shows what happened after the KGB shot down a UFO. I mean, these reports are all around the world. I mean, the scale is unbelievable. And the point is, it's nothing new. Not only are they trying to keep from us the fact that this unexplained activity is going on all the time, what they really want us not to know is that it's been going on throughout human history. This is why you as I have, you go around the world and you talk to these native cultures and the shamans that have been passed on this knowledge through the generations, and they are describing in their own cultural form what people are describing today in terms of UFO activity and extraterrestrial activity. What people talk about today, I was taken up in this light into this ship and then taken up wherever in the different cultural descriptions of what we call the past, it's the gods or God took someone up in a fiery chariot, which in their cultural experience would be a way of describing it. And if you look around the world, in these different cultures, they all have different names, and that's what throws people. Oh, that's a different name to that, so they must be different. No. Look at how they're described. They're describing the same phenomenon. From serpent gods Far East, Central America, Chitauri, children of the serpent, Zulu, Anunnaki, Sumer, Babylon, Snake Brothers, Hopi, Star People, demons and fallen angels, etc. in Christianity, archons in the Gnostic belief system, the jinn, which are a mirror of how the Gnostics describe the archons in the Islam and pre-Islamic belief. It's the same phenomenon. And I go into this obviously in the books in great detail. But when you research this for a long time, you realize that from the unseen, this world of the seen is being manipulated to a particular end. And people say, well, why don't we see them? Well, some people do. And when they describe what they've seen, you say they're freaking mad. But why don't most people see them? Because we can see only a tiny band of frequency, and this phenomenon operates overwhelmingly outside that band of frequency, thus we can't see it. When it enters our frequency, we see it. And people say, honestly, mate, I saw this UFO, or I saw this entity, and it appeared out of nowhere. People go, oh, God, been on the pop again, appeared out of nowhere. No, didn't appear out of nowhere. It entered the frequency band that the observer could see, and then it leaves the frequency band the observer can see, and the observer says, and then it disappeared into nowhere. Like I say, about Wi-Fi. Load of rubbish. Wi-Fi? Oh, yeah, Wi-Fi, I know about that. Only difference, knowledge. Control the knowledge, control the people. So this global web, ruled by this spider, ultimately, if you go deep and deep into the shadows, that spider is not human. So this, in the end, is being driven from the unseen by something that's not human, which I talk about in the books at great length. Now, this at the inner core of the big secret societies, this is the big secret, the biggest secret. Who are they interacting with in their rituals? Who are Satanists interacting with their rituals? This non-human force. Some people call them demons. So in the end, this compartmentalized world, all these different expressions of human society, in the end, lead one place. But the vast majority of people within these different areas of life have no idea that that's the case because of compartmentalization. Very simple. Look at secret societies. That's how society in general is constructed. You have a tiny few at the top who know the big picture. And then the rest of the people know, as you go down from the top, less and less and less of the big picture. They only know their part in it. So all these people within human society are making decisions that are serving that, and they don't even know that exists. It's a conspiracy theory. And then you have this constant theme through the ancient world and the native cultures of an interbreeding between this non-human force and humans, creating particular bloodline, a particular hybrid bloodline, which acts as the middlemen and women within this band of frequency, representing that non-human force. And so they again go under different names in different cultures, but this is where this whole theme of royalty comes from, an aristocracy, ultimately. And what did they say? That royals have the divine right to rule. And people think that must mean the Christian God, because that's all they've ever heard of. But no, that's not what it means at all. If you look at where the word divine comes from, it comes from a word, an early Vedic word, describing supernatural beings called devas. Devas came through to become our divine. So divine right to rule is actually the divine right given by supernatural beings, which is far, far closer to the truth than the Christian God we have in the Bible. But again, that's just an expression of this constant theme around the world, outside of biblical cultures, of the sons of God came into the daughters of men and they bare children to them, and God saw that the wickedness of man was great on earth and all that stuff. In other words, the Nephilim. And here I would suggest, and I go into it in the books in great detail, of course, that we're looking at expressions of the Nephilim. These are these bloodline families that constantly end up in the major positions of power in the world, not always on public display. In fact, the biggest centers of power are not on public display, but are driving this spider agenda through human society. And because it's an agenda, and because it's pre-planned, that's why I could tap into it 30 years ago and say this is the agenda, and it's happening or has happened already. And these bloodlines have particular personality traits, and crucial is they do not have the ability to express empathy. The world, I keep saying, I've been saying for so long, is run by psychopaths. It's psychopaths that bomb the innocent. It's psychopaths that create a situation where people go hungry in a world of plenty. It's psychopaths that take children from their families for no good reason, which is happening on an industrial scale these days, and so on and so forth. And there's something called the hair test, named after the man who created it. And the hair test is a series of character traits, which if you have enough of them, you're considered a psychopath. Right at the top of the psychopath character trait is no empathy. Because empathy is the fail-safe mechanism of human behavior. If you can put yourself in the feelings of those you affect, that is a fail-safe mechanism of your behavior. When you have no capacity to put yourself in the feelings of those you affect, you have no emotional consequence no matter what you do. And that's what we're looking at. People who not only don't care about the death, destruction, and mayhem they create, but actually get off on doing it. No remorse is another one, which comes from no empathy. No shame, ditto. Parasites. They live off others, the efforts of others. The banking system, I rest my case. Pathological liars who do whatever they need to do to get what they want. Those are the character traits of people running this world. Why? For reasons I've explained, I would say. And I've talked around the world to people who've taken part in satanic rituals with some of the most famous people on earth over the decades. And they all tell me a common story, that in these major satanic rituals, the kind of theme of it was very well portrayed in Stanley Kubrick's last movie, Eyes Wide Shut, which is what this picture's taken from. In these major rituals, they are actually interacting with these non-human entities that operate in another frequency of reality. And the way they do the ritual creates this energetic, if you like, gateway connection, which allows this connection to take place. That's why the rituals they do are constantly repeated in the same way, because they have that energetic effect. And this is a guy called Steve Taylor. He's an academic, or he was when he wrote this book, at Leeds University. And he wrote this book, The Fall, when he identified a period about 6,000 years ago. Not the only one to have done it, but he did it very well in this book. About 6,000 years ago, when humanity started to change, and started to change quite blatantly. And of course, we have this Garden of Eden, the fall of man in the Bible. But this fall phenomenon can be found all over the world in the different cultures. And what he identifies in this book, that about 6,000 years ago, 4,000 BC, or before then, there was no war as we know it, no patriarchal society as we know it, no massive inequality as we know it, no class system as it's become, no gods or organized religion in the way that it's become. And this followed violent invasions of Indo-European and Semitic peoples into the Middle East. Now, again, knowledge. I've just mentioned the word Semitic. Well, he must be talking about Jewish people, because he's anti-Semitic. Where Semitic comes from? Jewish people? No. Semitic refers to a group of languages in the Middle East. The vast, overwhelming, all but a tiny number of which are Arabic languages. So, as some people have pointed out, when people say you're anti-Semitic, they mean you're anti-Arab. That's how ludicrous it is. So when I say Semitic peoples, I'm not necessarily talking about Jewish people at all. I'm talking about Semitic peoples of that language group. And this is another cultural historian called Rian Eisler. And she said of this period about 6,000 years ago, she called it the Great Change, a change so great indeed that nothing in all we know of human cultural evolution is comparable in magnitude. And it was a dramatic change in human perception when we were pulled and pushed much more into the 5 sense level of reality perception and out of the more wider, expanded level of awareness, that we were part of something greater rather than being some label. And what this process did, I say on purpose, I say it was to do with this non-human force, was to trap human perception into 5 sense reality. And if your focus of attention is basically dominated by 5 sense reality, I am, then all the rest of your expanded consciousness, possibility and potential is lost. If I hold that up to my eyes now and I just focus my attention on it, nothing else exists in the room. It's all peripheral. I only see that. And it's the same with attention. If your attention is focused in this tiny band of frequency, you are disconnecting yourselves from the greater self. And I say that this insanely small, narrow band of frequency that we perceive as visual reality is so small because it was made to be that way, because of genetic manipulation, which all cultures talk about among the general population. So these bloodlines were seeded all over the world. They became the kings and the queens and the aristocracy and all this garbage. But you can pick up one group of them, very relevant to the world today, out of Sumer, Babylon, Egypt, the ancient world, who moved up into Europe, and they became the royal families and aristocracy of Europe, and they established Rome, etc. And they became the ruling network of families in Europe. And then, through something called colonization, these European-based bloodline families then sent off their representatives in all directions across the world, and they turned the world into their colonies. They targeted those people that were still in a much more expanded understanding of reality and their part in reality, and they destroyed them, basically. Credo Mutwa, the great Zulu shaman, said to me about the British going into southern Africa. They targeted the shaman. They found out what the shaman knew and then killed them because they didn't want it to be passed on. And so through this colonization, this new psyche, that's what that Steve Taylor talks about, describing this change in human perception. He called it the new psyche. And the new psyche took the world over. And when we reached this point where people were starting to resist overt control by royal families, these bloodlines moved into the dark suit professions of banking and business and politics. And what has been happening ever since is that power has been concentrated and concentrated and concentrated into fewer and fewer hands. So now the entire world is a colony of these bloodlines. And what they've created, both globally and nationally in the various countries, is this structure. It's interesting. All the way through the last 30 years, going way back, I've talked about something which I've referred to as the hidden government, the invisible government, and the permanent government, that which is always there, no matter who comes and goes politically. And now in America, it's common parlance, the term deep state. Deep state. That which is always there, that's imposing its will on the here today, gone tomorrow politicians. So this is the structure. This is the structure of the permanent government, where the power and decisions are really made. You've got this psychopathic consciousness I talked about, and non-human entities that's outside of the frequency band that we call human society. And then you have the hierarchy within human society. You've got the hybrid bloodline. You've got the secret societies that impose the will of the hybrid bloodline. They control finance and banking, hence money, hence choice. They control military and intelligence. They control the major corporations. They control government administration. They control the law and the court. So if they need a legal decision going their way, they can put the right person in there to make sure it goes their way. And they control the major media. Now, what I've just described is the permanent government, that which is always there. What they want us to do is focus our attention on the here today, gone tomorrow government, as if that's where the power is and that's where the decisions are made. So we're focused here. Is it May, or is it this bloke or that bloke, or is it Corbyn, or is it Trump, or is it, Clinton and all that stuff here? As if that's where the power is. And yet all the time, no matter who's in power, no matter what the party and the color and the rhetoric, that is always in control. And that's why no matter who you vote for, the world keeps moving in the same direction. And under that, of course, come the people. So the here today, gone tomorrow gophers and stooges, because that's all they are, for the real power that is always there. Who runs the world? Not the people we see, the people we don't see. Some we see, but not in positions of political power. So when people look at the world and how it works and what is done, and they go, why are they doing it this way? It was much better for people if they did it that way. But it's not about being much better for people. It's about what's better for this agenda of incessant centralization of power and human control. So that's why it's done. And that's why it seems crazy to people who think governments are actually there to serve the people. So, number 3, control perception by pseudo-randomness, the illusion of randomness. We look at events, and most people see them as random, just an event today, an event tomorrow, an event next week, but they're not. Like people coming to power. They don't come to power by accident. They come to power by design. You need, for instance, cuckoo land amounts of money to run for President of the United States. You need cuckoo land amounts of money to be your candidate within the party, the Democrats and the Republicans. To run for president, it's through the roof. Where does that money come from? It comes from elements of the permanent government on both sides. Apparent sides, not really a side, it's a one-party state. And they have someone they would really like to put in, and they have someone that will be acceptable. And so whichever one wins, the same thing goes on. So all these people don't come to power by accident. They come to power by design to advance the agenda. And this is the illusion of politics. They give us, you've got a choice between left, right, and center. It's actually all the same. You can have, because most of these people come to power, they will have, most of them, limited understanding of the big picture. Some of them will have more understanding, people like Blair. And they will represent, apparently, one element of this left, right, center illusion. And some of them go in there and do what they're told because they don't have to be told because they're part of it. Others go in there and they only want the power and they're willing to do anything to get it and they'll sign the right paper. And then there's others who might genuinely come to power, trying to genuinely do something good for people. But the permanent government controls finance. It controls all these institutions. So anyone comes to power who wants to do something genuine for people will have everything thrown at them to stop them doing it. Scandal, upheaval, attacks. So the president runs America, but who runs him? Because Trump don't run America, it's a joke. The swamp overjoyed, that's my boy. I'm going to drain the swamp. Yeah, that one you've been swimming in all your life, Don, yeah? That one, yep. And of course, he drains the swamp by bringing in, not least John Bolton, his national security advisor, who's never seen a country he didn't want to bomb, who are some of the great swamp dwellers of modern history. Because it's a scam, and this is how it works. The American example is so blatant, but it's the same in every country, basically. In America, there's a group of people called the neocons, or neoconservatives, and they control the Republican Party. They're well known, well documented, and you can name them. In the Democratic Party, there's a group which I call the democons, including people like George Soros. And the democons control the Democratic Party. But you go back one step into the shadows, and the democons and the neocons answer to the same master. So whoever's in power, Republican president or Democratic president, that is always in power. And that's why nothing changes. And that's why Trump's foreign policy today is exactly the same as the foreign policies before. Who shall I vote for? It doesn't matter. You can have a different rhetoric if you like, but will you have a different direction? No. And so we've reached the point by manipulating people to focus on here today, gone tomorrow politicians as where the power is, where people are fighting each other over irrelevancies. Do you love Trump or do you hate Trump? Do I hit you or kiss you? Oh, we're having a political discussion, are we? Yeah. And they are laughing their bloody socks off. Because that's exactly what they want us doing. Fighting each other over irrelevancies so the real power can administer its agenda unmolested. They run the world, but who runs them? Because they don't run the world. They run the EU, but who runs them? I mean, Jean-Paul Juncker runs the EU. He's pissed by lunchtime. What? And from this control of politics comes the constant wars. You ask people if they want war, and invariably, overwhelmingly, almost in entirety, they do not. And they haven't through human history. But we have constant war. Why? Because it suits the agenda. This web has been manipulating the wars through the last 6,000 years. And this is how it works. There is nothing which changes society more permanently, totally, and irreversibly than a war. And that's why we have endless numbers of them. I call it creative destruction. You have a war, and it destroys the status quo. You change the status quo. You then have another war, like World War I, World War II, and you change that status quo to another status quo. And each change is centralizing power and accumulating power in fewer and fewer hands, which is what has happened incessantly through these wars. And you're taking over and you're acquiring more and more land and more power. This is why there's not money for homeless people and endless other people that need support, but there's always money for war. When's the last time a politician said, we can't have a war because we can't afford it? No. Homeless people can't afford it. War? How much do you want? Because war is one of the great ways this agenda imposes its will and transforms human society. Thus, we always have them. And here's a great and quick example of how this manipulation works. And my God, is it relevant to today with what they're now proposing to do in relation to conflict with Iran. In the 1990s, an organization was created in America called the Project for the New American Century. It was co-founded by Robert Kagan and William Crystal, and in its number were Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, Dov Zakheim, John Bolton. And they created a document in September 2000, just before Cheney would be the real president under Bush, officially vice president. Rumsfeld would be defense secretary. Wolfowitz would be deputy defense secretary and the real power in the Pentagon. Zakheim would be controller of the entire Pentagon budget as comptroller, and Bolton was also in their number, and you see what he's doing now. September 2000, they came out with a document, Rebuilding America's Defenses, and they called for American forces to fight and decisively win multiple simultaneous major theater wars. And they named the countries they wanted those wars to regime change: Iraq, Libya, Syria, Lebanon, Iran, North Korea, China, September 2000. But they said, this process of transformation, all these regime changes, and the vast increase in weapons spending that would, and military spending that would be necessary to do it, would be slow unless there was an excuse to do it. In the words of the document, further, the process of transformation, all this regime change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor. September 2000. 1 year to the month later, 9 months after the people that wrote this came to power in the Pentagon and the White House, America had what Bush called the Pearl Harbor of the 21st century, which we will know forever as 9/11. From that trigger, that excuse, has come this series of regime changes and wars that were demanded by the Project for the New American Century. This indeed was the trigger that transformed the world. And I've just finished a book. It's going to come out on September 11th, and it will be available for pre-order from early August. And all I can say to you is if it needs to be pre-ordered, because when it comes out, if people have demonized me up to this point, you have seen nothing yet when this book comes out and names who was behind 9/11, and it was not 19 Arab hijackers. And so people think they're trying to shut me down now. Wait till the second half of this year. Because instead of looking, well, what are the consequences for me of saying this, and revealing it with massive supporting evidence, consequences doesn't matter, because the consequences of not doing it are far greater. And we should remember this. Those that told us the official story of 9/11 were precisely the same people who told us there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq to justify a catastrophic war that wouldn't otherwise have happened. And General Wesley Clark, who's a war criminal himself in the Balkans, a NATO Supreme Allied Commander, he spoke to an alternative TV station in America in 2007 and tells the story of how after 9/11, literally days after 9/11, he went to the Pentagon and he met Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz, and then met a friend of his in what they call the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the uniform level of the hierarchy of the Pentagon. And he said this guy said to him they were going to invade Iraq. This is days after 9/11. No one's mentioning Iraq. They are preparing the plans to invade Iraq. And he then goes back a few weeks later, by which time America is in Afghanistan, and he meets the same general. And he said to him, why haven't we invaded Iraq yet? He said, it's worse than that. He said, I've just had this up from upstairs, the Rumfeld's office. We're going to invade 7 countries in 5 years. And he named them. And the countries he named were Libya, Syria, Iran, Iraq, and the countries that we've seen targeted ever since. Also, the countries named in the Project for the New American Century document in September 2000. As he said on this program, Wesley Clark, they, the Project for the New American Century, wanted us to destabilize the Middle East, turn it upside down, make it under our control. And so, let's go back to these unique politicians who are not controlled by anyone. They're their own people. Right, let's see. First of all, after 9/11, of course, we had Boy Bush in power, and we had Tony Blair, Labour Party, in power in this country, and they pick off Iraq on the Project for the New American Century list by lying about weapons of mass destruction. Then they leave, and they are replaced by Barack Obama. Ooh, different party to Boy Bush. He'll be different. And Blair, through Gordon Brown, was replaced by David Cameron. Conservative Party, different to Blair. Ooh, he'll be different. And they picked off Libya through NATO, etc., saving the civilians of Libya by bombing the crap out of them and creating a catastrophe today in Libya. Then the same people started the process of a civil war in Syria, another one on the list. And then in comes, drain the swamp, I'm my own man, Donald Trump, and he's targeting Iran on the list, currently more than ever before. And the list just continues. No matter who's in power, which party's in power, the same list unfolds. North Korea, Iran, China, another one on the list. And this is what I posted in September 2016 after Trump was elected. Key word of the Trump administration, Iran, oh yes, and China, both of which mean Russia. And it's not about prophecy. It's very simple. If you can uncover what the projected agenda is, if nothing comes in to stop that agenda, it will unfold and you can predict the future. The idea is to stop that future happening, the whole point of my bloody life and what I do. And so today, we have John Bolton of the Project for the New American Century, September 2000, who is driving this policy of attacking Iran and country after country, because he's just pursuing the same agenda they've been pursuing all along. And of course in Venezuela, with this Juan Guaido, who is the most obvious US puppet place person you could ever imagine. And by the way, the person who is driving that on behalf of the Trump administration is Elliot Abrahams of the Project for the New American Century. So, America have been the bullies of the world, supported by the British and Europe in general, and Australia often. And they've picked off country after country after country, creating mayhem, while claiming to be the land of morals and values. Have you heard that one? All these corporations and mass murderers, it's about our values. You don't have any! And it's all a mind game, making us see the world as the agenda needs us to see it. One of the great psychological manipulations is what I called a long time ago problem, reaction, solution. You covertly create a problem and blame someone else for it to hide the fact that you've done it. You then get a reaction from the public, from the pathetic mainstream media, telling the public the version of the problem you want them to believe. And you're looking at stage 2 for a reaction from the public of fear, of outrage, of do something. Something must be done. And then you, who have covertly created the problem and got that reaction, do something, then openly offer the solutions to the problems you have covertly created. And those solutions always push on this agenda for more and more human control and acquisition and centralization of power. And there's another version of that that I call no problem reaction solution, where you don't need a real problem, you just need the perception of one. Weapons of mass destruction in Iraq that weren't there, classic example. Then there is the stablemate of problem reaction solution, which I call the totalitarian tiptoe. And these work together. You start at A, you know you're going to Z. You know that if you go from A to Z in too big a leap, the change is such that people look up from their lives and go, what's going on? You don't want them to do that. You want to go as fast as you can, as far as you can, but not so far that you alert too many people that there's a pattern. Again, keep it appearing to be random. The totalitarian tiptoe. And you get to Z. And by the time you're close enough, most people only then start, and even then maybe not, start to see the pattern and the fact that it's all been part of a journey. And this is a great way to understand the world. It's what I call it. Oh, God. Know the outcome, and you'll see the journey. If you don't know what the planned outcome is, then all the events on the road to that outcome appear random and without pattern and without meaning. But when you know what the outcome is, that all changes, because now you're seeing day by day by day the stepping stones, the totalitarian tiptoe to that outcome. And it makes the world so easy to read. For instance, if you know from their own documents and writings that they say that if we're going to control the world, we have to control Eurasia and dominate Eurasia, then these random attacks on random countries start to make sense, because they're all over Eurasia as they're picking it off and targeting it. Know the outcome and you'll see the journey. Which brings us back to this guy, George Soros. George Soros is a multi-billionaire global manipulator. What I say about Soros was part of why I was banned from Australia. The fact that what I say about Soros is provably fact and true, irrelevant. So anyway, Soros runs a group of organizations called the Open Society Foundations that operate in 100 countries. And one of their specializations is manipulating people's revolutions for this reason. If, like Iraq, Afghanistan, you go on invading countries to pick off the countries you want to regime change, then there's a pattern. Hey, Ethel, they're invading someone else. What's going on? The idea is, ideally, to get the public, the population in your target country, to overthrow your target regime and make it look like a people's revolution when you've orchestrated it all. And even most of the people taking part in the revolution don't even realize you're orchestrating it all. They think it's genuine. So the Arab Spring was really the Soros Spring. What they do is they arm, train, and organize agitation against the target regime, and then genuine people start to come in and join, thinking it's a genuine revolution, and then it all kicks off. And once that has reached a certain point, thanks to Soros, then the other level comes in, like the Project for the New American Century, and the boys go in uniform to finish off the regime. He's killing his own people. We've got to go in and save the people. Are they the same people you've been destroying by sanctions for decades? I do believe they are. The color revolutions. where you keep it simple. You give every revolution a color, like the Rose Revolution in Georgia and the Orange Revolution in Ukraine, Soros, organizations behind them. And in, what would it be, 2017, something like that? Soros handed over another $18 billion to the Open Society Foundations, bringing the total at that point to $32 billion funding this Open Society Foundations. Why would you do that? Because of the reasons I'm talking about. English professor claims Soros missionaries bragged about toppling governments in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. A guy called Frank Faridi, who was invited to speak at one of these Open Society Foundation events in Budapest, where Soros was born. And he spoke there, and then he's having lunch with them, all the bigwigs, and they're all bragging about the countries they've regime changed or created people's revolutions in, including Libya. You can't say that. It's anti-Semitic. No, it's frickin' true. US government admits funding political change at the direction of billionaire George Soros. This is in Albania. Soros ran US foreign policy on post-coup Ukraine. The Ukraine revolutions, both of them, weren't revolutions at all. But they were created by agitators from the Open Society Foundations of Soros. And like I say, once you've got the agitation going, then you send the boys in. And who was overseeing the Ukraine revolution and regime change at the same time? Victoria Nuland, Assistant Secretary of State for Eurasian Affairs, the wife of Robert Kagan, co-founder of the Project for the New American Century. When you get deep in the rabbit hole, it's a very, very small world. So, you have George Soros funding the left, who I'll come to, actually hijacking the left. The political left, the liberal, genuinely liberal left that I grew up in, gone virtually. Now we have the progressive left with its fascistic tendencies. And then the right is funded by Sheldon Adelson. He's Trump's biggest funder and the Republican Party's biggest funder, as he is the massive funder of the Democrats as well. But, unfortunately, I have a problem here. I have a problem with the Australian Immigration Minister, David Coleman, you see. Because these two guys are Jewish, right? Now, I don't care if they're out of bloody Mongolian. I care what they're doing. Don't care what their background is, don't care. I care what they're doing. But the protection racket to stop this stuff coming out is if you name someone who happens to be Jewish, then you're an anti-Semite and must be silenced and banned from Australia, right? So I've thought about this, and I think I've got a way around it. Hope you're watching, Mr. Coleman. From now on, I'm going to crack on these blokes are Chinese, right? I'm going to crack on they're Chinese. And this I think is a way around it. And you know why? If they were Chinese and I was saying the same thing, I wouldn't be standing here, I'd be speaking in Australia. We might ask ourselves why that is, and we might find some interesting answers. And this is where they're going. They want to go. I've been talking about this now, 25 years. World War III is where they ultimately want to go. And they want it to be a world war between the West and Russia, China, and Iran, and allies of them. And look what's happening now. They've tried, they keep trying, they keep pushing. Then they get pushed back. They can't quite manage it. So they come on another front. Now they're going on this front with Iran. And this is what they want. And this is where this Russian hysteria has come from over the last few years. I'm no supporter of Putin and the Russian government, all that stuff. You get to that level, you don't take prisoners. But the idea that the Russians are a threat to the world is insane, given where the real threat really is, which is with those that are blaming the Russians. I've burnt the toast, it's the Russians. I've got a cold, it's the Russians. I've got a flat, it's the Russians. It's more and more hysterical as these years have passed. And at the same time, we have an ever-gathering NATO build-up along the Russian border. US makes biggest arms shipment to Europe since Yugoslav war. Russia getting ready for war in case US attacks. If I was Russia, I would too, given the messages that are coming. You see the targeting of China. You see massively the incessant now targeting of Iran. And this is where it's supposed to lead. Chinese soldiers join Russia's largest military exercise. It's pushing them together because they want this conflict to transform the world into the global controlled state that I'm talking about. So, number 4, you control perception by centralizing power. Know the outcome and you'll see the journey. The outcome they want is a world government, a world army, central bank, and currency. And what we're seeing is the stepping stones towards that all the time. And one of the names we've given it a long time ago now is globalization, which is what? The incessant centralization of global power in every area of human life. And this web is driving that centralization of power. This is why you're seeing global monopolies emerging, like your Amazons and your Facebooks and all these other people, your Googles. And what this incessant centralization of power is doing is what? It's driving the power over the population of the world into the hands of fewer and fewer people. It's the Hunger Games society unfolding. And we're seeing it on a military level, moving towards this world army to impose the will of the world government through NATO, the North Atlantic Terrorist Organization. I wrote in books in the 1990s, the plan was for a European army, which would be part of this world army. And now you've got people like Macron and Merkel coming out a few weeks ago saying, we've had this idea, we think there should be a European army. Oh, really? Well, how did I know about it then? In the mid-1990s, because it's part of the plan. And the American army has, in its arrogance, carved up the world into different commands. Northcom for the domestic control, Southcom, Africom, CENTCOM in the Middle East, etc. But this is not the structure ultimately being created for the American army, which is just a stepping stone to the world army. That's why America spends more on the military than about another 9 or 10 countries put together, including China and Russia. This is the structure of the world army being moved into place. And the whole idea is to create a police-military state where the two are fused eventually, to create this central tier of the Hunger Games society to stop that challenging that and to impose the will of that upon the population. And all these organizations, like these intelligence agencies, law enforcement agencies, etc. If you go deep enough, Australian one as well, if you go deep enough into these organizations, or high enough, depending on the analogy you want to use, you will reach that point in that organization where it attaches to this web. Most of the people in that organization won't know about this, compartmentalization. But there'll be a point where it will attach to this web. And at that level, all these organizations are the same organization, essentially. So here's a world exclusive. This is ISIS headquarters. It's been found. It's in Virginia, apparently. I was surprised to hear that. Because if you want an excuse to go into part of the world like Syria, Middle East in general, and you don't have one, then you create one. You create an enemy. You arm it, you fund it. Just like Al-Qaeda became ISIS, same thing. Created by the West. And this is how these organizations work. The rank and file, the massive mass of them, they have no idea what the game is. The rank and file of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, they think they're fighting a jihadi-only war against the West. They don't realize is the West is running the whole show. And this is how it works. You've got this hidden hand network, this web, which operates down through its secret societies into military intelligence in the various countries. The military intelligence control terror group leaders. And the terror group leaders control the rank and file, and the rank and file have no idea this is happening. And in that way, you create proxy armies to create the situation that you can transform. So we see this all the time. What we don't see is this, which is where the truth really lies of what's orchestrating it from the shadows for the reasons I'm explaining. So know the outcome and you'll see the journey. The outcome they want is a police-military state. And the journey is very clear. I mean, you look at the way police look now. I'm 67. I remember when police didn't look like this at all. Transformation has been fantastic. In Britain, Met Police push ahead with armed patrols despite backlash. It's happening all around the world. Through something called the 1033 program in America, the Pentagon has been giving police forces, including local police forces, tanks and other military hardware, because it's part of this creation of this military police state. Police department with 2 full-time officers has over 900 pieces of military equipment. And you, of course, are seeing this incessant explosion of surveillance and tracking of people. It's all part of this creation of this military police state. Welcome to Minority Report. Thousands of stores plan facial recognition use for anti-theft, but it's not anti-theft. Even to the stores, some of them, working in the stores, they may believe that. But this is all part of a vast grid, known as the smart grid, of human control, tracking, and surveillance. And these internet giants are not controlled ultimately by the people that seem to be running them. They are controlled by the military, industrial, intelligence complex, which if they didn't exist, they would have to invent them, and I say they did. Coincidence? On February the 4th, 2004, the Pentagon ended a project to amass personal browsing and viewing habits of American citizens on the same date Facebook launched, where people now give them all the information they want, not even no surveillance necessary. And this creation of this surveillance state is to do with knowing this. I said this so long ago. There's going to come a point, because there has to, where this manipulation under the radar has got to break the surface where people can see it. It has to. Because if you're covertly manipulating to transform human society into this global Orwellian state, there comes a point where it has to break the surface and people see it, because you are introducing what you've always planned to introduce. And at that point, it's not a theory anymore, it's an in-your-face. Even now, people deny it because they're terrified of accepting to themselves that it's true. And so the idea is to get as much of this surveillance in place by the time so much has broken the surface to be seen that it generates a big backlash against it. It's to control that backlash that all this is being rushed through now. Number 5, control perception by dictating choice. And you control choice, like I said earlier, overwhelmingly by controlling money. Who has it and who doesn't. All these different financial institutions, whether World Banks or Goldman Sachs or International Monetary Fund, World Bank, all of them, they are, if you go deeper into them, deep enough into them, where they attach to the web, they operate as one unit. The bankers control finance, but who controls them? And the world is controlled, choice is controlled by this unbelievable scam of allowing banks, private banks, to lend money that doesn't exist called credit and charge people interest on it. Because if you control the very creation of what we call money, then you control choice because you control money. You've created it. Of course you control it. And we've put that in private hands on purpose. So you go into a bank and you borrow £100,000 and the bank types into your account £100,000 that has never, does not, and will never exist because banks are allowed to lend vastly more than they actually have, called fractional reserve lending, and they lend it in non-existent money, which is given the name credit. And you have to pay back that credit plus interest. And if you don't, often through no fault of your own, often for the behavior and actions of the banks, as in 2008, then if you don't pay it back, they come and get your wealth that does exist, your home, your resources, your business, your land, and so on. And that's the point too. You're paying back the credit principal plus the interest. The interest is never created. What they create in the form of credit is the principal loan. So you're paying back the principal loan and something that's not even been created, which means this. There is never, ever, even close to nearly enough money, credit or otherwise, in circulation to pay back all the outstanding principal debt and all the outstanding interest on the debt. It's impossible. There's not enough in circulation to do it. So people losing their homes, these people getting their homes and their land and their resources is built on purpose into the system. And as these centuries have unfolded, since the scam was put into place, they have sucked the real wealth of the world into their hands and left us with what we call money, which is backed by nothing and is only worth anything at all because we perceive and the receiver perceives it's worth something. Working for 50 years to repay debt created out of nothing on the computer screens of organized crime. Because that's what banking is, organized crime. Half the world's wealth in the pockets of just 8 men. And they are only the people we see. Even more is in the hands of what we don't see. The poorest 50% of the world now own what those people own. That's how far the Hunger Games society has gone. And a big part of this money scam is to create the cashless society. I was writing about it in the very early 1990s. It's here. Why? Because you go into a store now or wherever, and you hand over cash, or even more, let's put it this way, you hand over a credit card, which is our version at the moment of electronic money, and the computer says it won't accept it. At the moment, you can still pay cash when they won't accept your card. When there is no cash, and the computer system says no to your card, and if you're a dissident to the system, you'll go off the Christmas card list of the system very fast, then you have no other form or means of purchase except barter. And what they plan to do is make barter illegal on the grounds that they can't tax it. Watch for that one coming. And the idea is to replace the credit card with the microchip. So whoever controls the computer system once cash is gone controls your life, what you can purchase or if you can purchase, and that is the whole idea. And if, again, you go into all these corporations in all these different areas, whether it's oil or Amazon or banking or any of them, you go deep enough to that point where it attaches to the web and they're all orchestrated to the same agenda. That's why when you have someone like Alex Jones, many things I don't agree with that Alex Jones says, many things I do agree with that Alex Jones says. Point is that I agree with more than anything is he's right to bloody say them. whether I agree with them or not. It's right to say them, because if he doesn't have the right for free speech, then nobody does. But you'll notice that they move against people as one unit, whether it's Apple or Facebook or Google or YouTube, or whether it's the payment people like PayPal. They move against them in one unit because it's all orchestrated. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post and Amazon, but who owns Bezos? Well, he has massive connections to the CIA and the Pentagon, worth hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, because Silicon Valley is an outgrowth asset of the Pentagon, and that deeper in the shadows that controls the Pentagon. And you have this other scam whereby, because of this web structure, the corporations are controlled by the same web that controls the government agencies that's supposed to protect the people from the corporations. That's why the corporations get whatever they like, and smaller businesses get targeted by these government agencies. Big Pharma and regulatory agencies are both on the same team. That's why the Big Pharma cartel can put out whatever it bloody likes, basically, not least vaccines. And anyone that challenges the effect of vaccines gets abused and censored from the monopolies on the internet. It's all part of the same process. And then there's outsourcing. One of the great ways this cabal has become immensely, immensely rich is by having its products made in sweatshops in the poorest countries in the world, moving them over to the richer world and selling them at the biggest price they can get. And what they're doing now is bringing that over here, whereby mass immigration is creating pressure on the jobs market, which does what? Pushes wages down. So they're bringing in their outsourcing, cheap labor, and I do find it both grotesque and laughable to see so-called progressives that actually genuinely believe they are the liberal left, it's hilarious, who are now driving this agenda of the major corporations, believing they're anti-system and anti-establishment. It's absolutely hilarious, the level of self-deception. Now, let's get this right. Those people who are bringing in mass migration both into America and into Europe are the same people that have been bombing the crap out of people with brown faces year after year after year after year. So let's just forget this idea that the authorities that are encouraging people to migrate are doing it because they care about the migrants. The same ones you've been bombing for years, right? Oh yeah, we care. And what's happening, and this is why we need to put the fault lines of labels down. What's happening is the migrants and the indigenous populations are being played off against each other and being manipulated by the same hands. This is what is happening. And in 1969, and I've written about this at most length in a book called Phantom Self, where I list what this guy said in 1969. He's a man called Dr. Richard Day. He was a big Rockefeller insider. And he, God, sweat and off burned, didn't it? And he spoke to a meeting of pediatricians in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1969. And he asked them to turn off recording equipment and not to take notes, because he was going to tell him how the world was going to change, because what he represented was going to change it. No one knows why he did this, but I'm glad he did. And like I say, in Phantom Self, I list in detail what he said, because what Richard Day said that night and the world we're now living in are exactly the same, not just in theme, but in detail. And one of the things he said in 1969 that was going to transform human society was this: There would be mass movements and migrations of people without roots in their new locations, because traditions are easier to change in a place where there are a lot of transplanted people as compared to trying to change traditions in a place where people grew up and had an extended family where they had roots. So you bomb the countries and you transform those countries and you transform those societies. By bombing the countries, that people understandably start to flee, and then you use them to transform the societies they flee to. In other words, you transform both ends of the journey. UN admits refugees are replacement migration for Europe and other low-fertility countries. This is a document in 2000. Globalists' latest push, mass deportation, morally unacceptable, amnesty is necessary. This is an organization that's been created not very long ago now, and it's called, what's it called? The New Center, a think tank. Watch the bloody think tanks, big time. And what it's saying is that although there is an estimated 22 million illegal immigrants in America that have just walked across the border or got in other ways, they shouldn't be made to leave. Because this agenda wants to transform human society. Not just transform them one society, like transform America or transform Europe. They want to transform every society, because this global agenda is to create a global blob society where everywhere is basically the same. So just as mass migration of one culture into another culture changes that culture, so these other cultures are also being targeted for change until this one great fusion, basically, a global society with none of the individuality that we have now. Anyway, this new center that's been created, it wants to stop these 20 million, whatever they are, migrants who've come in illegally leaving. What tells you everything is who created it. Neoconservative Bill Kristol, co-founder of the Project for the New American Century. It's all part of one seamless movement. You manipulate the bombing of a country, and when you bomb that country and create mayhem and grotesque death and destruction, you know many in that country are going to want to move elsewhere, and that's the next stage of your agenda. This is how it's working. So the migrants and the indigenous population are both being played by the same violin. And what they want to create in these countries, and they're doing it, is divide and rule. The absolute bottom line of any situation where the few control the many. And they are just in hysterics, again, at the fact that it's happening, because that's what the plan was all along. This is another thing to remember, to see where the agenda really is and where it isn't. How do you know if it's the agenda? They ban or abuse you for discussing the subject or having a contrary opinion. Anywhere where they're trying to shut down the debate, that's the agenda. Because it's very simple. If what you want to happen would be demolished by open debate, then you've got to stop the debate. And the only way you're going to do that is by silencing people with a different opinion. And that's why when they're doing that, you know that subject is the agenda. So, open borders. Where are they going to live? Where are they going to work? What about the already jobless and homeless? These questions are never asked by the heart on the sleeve, look how nice I am, progressive mentality that has been driven by Soros money. In Sweden, transform society. And this is the whole point of where this is going and what Richard Day was talking about. The plan is for a world government, as I said earlier, these superstates, and for the end of countries. And this is not something I've been saying since this started. I was saying this in 1992, 93. The plan is to end countries, bring down the borders of countries, and have centralized global control. Now, these people that are calling for open borders, first of all, if you have open borders, there are no countries. If you have open borders, there are no distinct societies. For instance, there is no public health or social services system, because you have no borders in which to run that system within distinct borders. Borders are gone, the system's gone, everything's gone. You know, the safety net systems have gone. How can you have safety net systems when anyone can come in? The safety net systems collapse, they just can't cope. So you look at that, these people don't look at that. It's what a virtue signal, how good they are. But look at all these things and then think that. That's the agenda of all this, the end of countries. And he's back. Wang Soros, Lee Wang Soros, he's back. Because the Open Society Foundations are the prime driver of this migration agenda. If people are genuinely fleeing war and destitution, I'm all for all the help you can give them. Not least when we bloody caused it, I say we, the West. But what these foundations are doing is putting on top of those genuine people vast numbers of other people, the great majority, who are just seeking to change location. Which if I lived in their country, I'd probably be doing what they're doing. But for reasons I've described, it's not possible without massive consequences. Leaked documents prove Soros' Open Society is working with the UN in supporting current illegal migrant crisis. George Soros funds the Caravan. This is the people coming up into America from South America, parent group, and Caravan's spokeswoman's employer. And all this stuff, when you question this and question the consequences, where you're called a racist, a bigot, a Nazi, and all this stuff, it's all coming from this Soros network, which has taken over the traditional liberal left and hijacked it. So George Soros is the godfather of the left. That's what they're calling him. How can someone be the godfather of the left and fund all these progressive groups when this is what he says? I am basically there to make money. I cannot and do not look at the consequences, social consequences of what I do. Why would someone with that attitude want to fund all these so-called progressive groups? Because control both sides, and you control the game, and you control the outcome. And the reason I have so many efforts to silence me is I'm pointing out the game and where it's meant to end up, and that which is behind the game, that's the last thing it wants people to hear. So now we have self-assessed gesture politics about whether someone's called he or she or they, while increasing numbers of people are sleeping in the bloody street, where the old traditional liberal left would be up in arms about it. What are we going to do? Oh no, shall we call them he or she or they? Soros progressives. And so, we have this situation now where the left used to go on marches demanding freedom of speech. I remember it in the 60s, places like Berkeley and California. And now they go on protest demanding that free speech has been taken away. The difference between the two, Soros money. And this is what is happening to the progressive mindset. It's being played like a violin, and in the end, it will be subject to the same censorship and control that it now wishes to impose on others. As Martin Luther King said, nothing in all the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. And we are drowning in it. So, number 6, control perception by hiding the real goal, which brings us big time into current times. The next stage of human enslavement, and that is the assimilation of the human mind, human consciousness into artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence becomes the human mind. This is what is unfolding step by step in front of our eyes day after day. And it's being played out through, not from, through Silicon Valley. The devil's playground, as I call it. I say through because this is the real Silicon Valley. Well, it's the real Silicon Valley that you can see, go deeper in the shadows, and you find other forces that control the Pentagon. But the Pentagon is the real, in the scene, controller of Silicon Valley. And if we think about it, the military intelligence complex basically wants three things on behalf of its hidden masters. One, 24/7 surveillance of the population. Silicon Valley organizations, corporations, give it that. Number two, you want to control what people see and hear, everything. As information is moved more and more in its entirety onto the internet, Silicon Valley gives them control through algorithms of what people see and hear. Tick. Number three, they want an AI-controlled world, which people may not realize if they don't follow this, but people like Google and Amazon and Facebook are some of the cutting-edge organizations in this AI agenda. So like I say, if they didn't exist, the military intelligence complex would have to invent them. And the DARPA organization that's really behind this is called DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, which has given the world wonderful gifts like death rays and technology that targets specific genotypes. Lovely people. And if you go deep enough into these organizations, whether they're DARPA, NASA, Google, Facebook, Amazon, all of them, Lockheed Martin, you reach that point where they attach to the web, and at that point, they're all moving as one unit, pushing the world in a particular direction. And these puppet billionaires are just that, puppets. The real controllers you don't see. So Larry Page and Sergey Brin own Google, but who owns them? Zuckerberg runs Facebook. Sure he does, but who runs him? Well, how about the National Security Agency for one, and the whole intelligence complex? The CIA has an organization called InQtel or IQT, which seed funds technology and companies it thinks will benefit its agenda of human control and surveillance. And it's attached to these companies and technologies. Microsoft and Amazon workers protest firms' military AI contract and authoritarian surveillance tech. Even the workers of these companies have started to see, hold on a minute, what are we doing with these military intelligence operations? Microsoft vows to hand over all its technologies to ethical and honorable US military. What a joke. I mean, watch this guy Gates with a, like a hawk with a telescope, Bill Gates. And then you have DARPA, Death Ray DARPA, seed funding this technology like Siri that we call office assistants. People have them all over their homes. What are they doing? I'll come to them and why they're one of the major reasons they're there shortly. And this is the personification of what I'm talking about. Regina Duggan started out as a director, the director of DARPA. She then had this amazing career move and went to be an executive of Google. And then she moved to be an executive of Facebook. A strange career if you don't know what's happening. And then you look at what her roles were in all those organizations, and it was the same, basically. Technologies that fluidly blend physical and digital worlds, that connect humanity to AI. And then you've got a Google executive. Google, it's just a search engine, if only. Ray Kurzweil, he's called a futurist, and he predicts the future, and he claims an 80% success rate in predicting the emergence of technologies and what they do. But it's a bit like if you are part of a network of finance which is so vast that whether it gets into the stock market or out of the stock market decides whether it goes up or down, then you don't need to be a financial genius to make multiple billions by getting out of the market when you know it's being put down because the people you work with are going to do it, and getting in a market when you know it's about to go up. And it's the same thing with this guy. If you know what the agenda is, then you can predict the future and when this technology is coming in. And this is what Kurzweil says. Humans will have hybrid cloud-powered brains by 2030, and I speak in 2019. And this is what he said. Our thinking will be a hybrid of biological and non-biological thinking. Humans will be able to extend their limitations and think in the cloud. We're going to put gateways to the cloud in our brains. We're going to gradually merge and enhance ourselves. In my view, that's the nature of being human. We transcend our limitations. And he goes on. As the technology becomes vastly superior to what we are, then the small proportion that is still human gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's just utterly negligible. That's the assimilation that I'm talking about, where the human mind, as we know it, ceases to exist. And the reason they're telling us this openly is the sales pitch. That if we do this with robots in our brains, as Kurzweil says, we'll be superhuman. And lots of people are buying it. The idea is to make us subhuman and posthuman. Because up to this point, as I said earlier, human perception, thus human behavior, has been controlled by controlling information which forms perception, which becomes behavior. This next stage, the assimilation, is for that perception, thus behavior, to come direct to the human mind via AI as AI. And we've got Elon Musk, who on one level says AI could be the end of humanity, correct, but then says we must merge with it to save ourselves. I must have a long talk with him one day with a bit of luck. Might find out what the bloody hell's going on in his head. The same guy, Elon Musk, wants to merge brains with computers in matrix-style technology while saying that AI could destroy humanity. And we need to watch this. I mean, I personally think, a good part of Elon Musk is he's completely bloody confused, but not necessarily all of it. But this is something to watch, where web-controlled or web people speak on one side of the debate, because Kissinger, of all people, is saying, AI could be the end of humanity, while other parts of the web, like Kurzweil and Zuckerberg, are promoting it. Because what you're doing then is you're controlling the debate, and thus the outcome. So, talking of that, know the outcome and you'll see the journey. The outcome they want is the AI human, where we're attached to AI and we become AI instead of human. And this is the journey to that. I talked about that guy, Richard Day, talking to those pediatricians in 1969. Another thing he said to them in 1969, he described the internet. He described the internet that was supposed to have been invented in 1989. He described it in 1969. Why? Because there are two levels of knowledge in the world. There's the knowledge that we're allowed to see, and there's the knowledge that they know in the shadows. There's two timelines. There's the timeline and the reality that we're allowed to experience, and then there's the timeline of the hidden. And this timeline and this knowledge as a projected future, very different to the one that appears to be the future from wherever we are at any point. And the idea is, through manipulation, is to bring this reality into this reality. And therefore, if you're aware of this timeline and this agenda, then you know 20 years before we actually see it here, you know that it's coming. Same with all this technology. Oh, I watched a BBC documentary. It wasn't very good. It was the BBC. When I say not very good, it didn't go very far, but it was about Silicon Valley. And at one point, they had this series of garage doors, one after the other, bang, 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 in Silicon Valley. And the voiceover was saying, behind this garage door, this technology was developed. Behind this garage door, this technology was developed. Behind this garage door, this technology was developed. And I could see this elite sitting around a table, watching that and saying, hey, too many garage doors, man. Someone's going to suss it in a minute. We want more variety in our cover stories. No more garage doors, okay? Because the idea that with this agenda that's unfolding, with this projected future, that people are sitting around a table, strumming their fingers, waiting for some geek in a garage to invent the next stage of technology they need to push their agenda on, is insane. It's already there. It's just a matter of how they can manipulate it in and the cover story they can give you for how it came to be developed. That's not in every technology, no, but the main society transforming ones, it certainly is. Now, who says we created the internet? DARPA. And if DARPA created the internet, then it wasn't ultimately good for humanity in its ultimate ambition. And they claim they created the internet. And this is what's been happening. The idea was to introduce this internet and to bring it to a point where it is the foundation pillar of human society in a way that's irreversible. At the same time, to fund and develop and promote companies that would eventually become the dominant near monopolies of this internet, which you control. To reach a point where enough people interact with the internet for it to become that pillar of human society, you can't have it censored like it's censored now. Can't do it. Because not enough people will want to know. So what we had was this period where there was no censorship, and people thought, this internet's fantastic. You can say what you like, you can have a discussion you like, talk to anyone around the world you like. It's fantastic, man. And at the same time, you had your Googles, you had your YouTubes, you had your Facebooks and your Amazons. No censorship, because they wanted. How do you create a near monopoly when you've got censorship? People say, oh, using that, he bleeding censor you. And other people might be developed who wouldn't censor you. You need to get that monopolistic situation where they are now without censorship, and then you've got so much control you can stop any other opposition coming in and challenging your dominance, which is what's happening. So there then comes a point where the internet is the central pillar of human society, irreversible, and these companies are near monopolies, at which point they say, okay, now the internet becomes what it was planned to be all along. And so the censorship kicks in. And they're basically saying, well, okay, so who else are you going to use? There is nobody else. And anyone who wants to come up, we'll crush them. Because we have that power now. So it's been a fishing rod out, and now the fishing rod's coming in of the internet. And the next stage of the internet, after creating it, was to create this thing called the Internet of Things, where everything from your fridge to your car to your telly to everything, a bit on or something on your wrist, becomes connected to the internet, and thus becomes controllable by anything that controls the internet. And that's there now. Billions of things are connected to the internet, in the Internet of Things, as they call it. And it just shows you how fast it is. I remember writing in books not that long ago that this Internet of Things was the plan and how it was meant to work, and now we're in the middle of it. The next stage, and they got a name for it, the Internet of Everything. And that is when the Internet of Things also attaches to the human brain, human body, and thus becomes the Internet of Everything. And so to do that, they need to create this cloud, as Kurzweil calls it, connecting humanity to the cloud. And they need to create this sub-reality, this technological radiation sub-reality to which the human mind is attached, the global control grid. And to do that, they need satellites out there beaming Wi-Fi at every inch of the planet, which is what they're doing. And it's SpaceX of Elon Musk that is massively the one putting these satellites up. And DARPA and these other people. So that no one can escape this cloud, this sub-reality Wi-Fi field. And that's why everywhere you go, you cannot escape Wi-Fi now. That's what these smart meters are all about. Not about saving the bloody climate. What a nonsense. It's about another electromagnetic Wi-Fi field in every home and every business in the world eventually. And what Kurzweil calls the cloud, attaching the human mind to the cloud, it has another name, the smart grid. That's why almost everything you see now has smart in front of it. Because smart is part of this grid. Everything smart is part of this smart grid. And the idea is they all talk to each other or are part of this grid. And with the human mind attached to it, the human mind becomes a software program within the grid or a terminal within the grid. And this is why we're having this process of developing smart cities, which are cities completely controlled by AI, or human settlement zones as they call them. People in very densely populated cities controlled by AI. So you have city of surveillance, Google-backed smart city, sounds like a dystopian nightmare. This is a story about a guy who was working on this smart city and then realized what it was. It was a whole control system, that's what it was, and he left and tried to tell people what was happening. Saudi Arabia plans to build $500 billion high-tech mega city, 33 times bigger than New York, totally controlled by AI. This is where it's going. With 5G technology, the internet of 20.8 billion things will be realized. This smart grid of human control and the attachment of AI to human consciousness, human mind, is not possible without the power of 5G or higher. And that's why 5G is being rolled out, and they're having to admit it, with no independent checks, balances, studies on its effect, not just on humans physically, but on them psychologically. It's being rolled out as fast as possible because without it, the smart grid cannot function as they want it. Senator demands proof that 5G is safe. So does the National Institute of Science, Law and Public Policy. Independent scientists are pointing out the dangers psychologically and so-called physically, as we perceive physical, of 5G. Doesn't matter. They're rolling it out as fast as they can. And the reason it's so dangerous is because, and why Wi-Fi itself is so dangerous and this technological society is so dangerous, is because the human energetic information field, radiation field, some people call it the auric field, if it's in a state of balance and harmony, then the body is in a state of balance and harmony, what we call health. You disturb that harmony, which you can with technologically generated frequencies from this technology, and that plays through to the body as disharmony, not just physical disharmony, but psychological disharmony. The brain processes information electrically. You disturb that process, you disturb the way people think, or if they can think. The DNA, as cutting-edge science now understands, is actually a receiver-transmitter of information. It's an antenna and a transmitter. And it does that electrically and electromagnetically. You disturb that with this technology, and you throw everything out of kilter. And this 5G frequency network, what they call millimeter waves, is used by the American military to scatter crowds. Because when they fire this technology or these frequencies, the skin is an antenna. And it picks up the frequency and decodes it into the feeling that your skin is on fire. And so people scatter. That's the same frequency band that they want to use for 5G. And they're rolling out in America already for 5G. The other thing about 5G is it doesn't travel far. It travels further than they're claiming, I would wager, but it doesn't travel as far as what we've become used to. So instead of big towers broadcasting this stuff long distances, you need boxes much closer together, firing this stuff out all over communities and streets, and outside kids' bedrooms, etc. And the closer you are to it, obviously, the more powerful is its impact upon you. And 20,000 5G satellites to be launched, sending beams of intense microwave radiation across the world. This is, again, that satellite system which you cannot escape. They are creating a sub-reality technologically to completely hijack the human mind, human thinking, human emotion, human perception, and thus human society. And they can do this because the tech companies that are rolling it out are attached to the same web as the government agencies who are allowing them to roll it out without independent studies and science. It's so simple. Number 7, connected to this, control perception by creating addiction and dependency. So, watch the outcome and you'll see the journey. The outcome they want is the assimilation of humanity into AI. So this is the process they have taken people through. First of all, stage 1. You get them addicted to technology that they hold, especially the young. Why especially the young? Because they're going to be the adults when this is supposed to come in big time, full blown. 1 in 3 kids use a mobile phone or tablet before they can talk. And they're calling it digital heroin because you become addicted to the digital electrical stimulus. The brain becomes addicted to it, just like a drug. Giving your child a smartphone is like giving them a gram of cocaine, says top addiction expert. Children as young as 13 attending smartphone rehab as concerns grow over screen time. And in this same period, of course, suicides and attempted suicides and thinking about suicides among the young has gone through the frickin' roof. Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World, an extremely accurate projection of the future, who died in 1963. People will come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capacities to think. Exactly what is happening. Stage 2, you want to get in the body. Next stage, get on the body, wearables. So it's your Google Glass and it's your Bluetooth and it's all these gadgets now that people wear that are attached to the internet. And then you go to stage 3, implantables. You go in the body with the microchips. I spoke in Sweden last year, and 3,000 people in Sweden so far have been microchipped. And they have, some of them have parties to celebrate. Such is the lack of self-awareness of the way they're being manipulated. Here's a story from Britain. Alarm over talks to implant UK employees with microchips. Come from the TUC, the trade union organisation which banned me from a showing of my film Renegade in London a few weeks ago. Ah, dear, it's pathetic. And also the CBI, the employees organisation, both saying we are concerned about the number of employers that are planning to microchip their staff. And we have these Amazon Echoes and Siris and all these other versions of this, which people now are using. Some people have one in every room. Oh my God, beat me up, Scotty. It's mad down here. Why would DARPA, that gives us death rays, seed fund this technology? Because before you can make a physical connection to AI, you have to make a psychological connection which allows the physical connection to be accepted. So what these things are doing is getting the population to interact with AI as if it's bloody human. So it becomes the most natural thing in the world to interact with AI in that way, to bring about a perceptual state where they will accept being physically attached to AI. So Alexa hits the road. Amazon's voice assistant to be integrated into cars. Can't get away from it. Amazon patents new Alexa feature that knows when you're ill and offers you medicine. Ultra creepy Wi-Fi Barbie, hide your children now, where they can talk to Barbie dolls as if they're bloody human. Robots have power to brainwash children and alter their behavior, study finds. That's exactly what it's meant to do. Sex bots coming. Scientists say digisexuals inevitable as more people bond with robots. Oh dear, I put them on the list. I don't want to leave them out. They are DS. There you go. Digisexuals. They'll be top of the hierarchy, above transgender eventually, the digisexuals. You can't say that about a robot. AI mind control, the assimilation. And it's not just these rice-like microchips that you can see that they are talking about. The real level of microchip infiltration is what they call smart dust, also called nanobots, digital dust. These are nano microchips, so small the human eye can't even begin to see them, which they are spreading around for people to breathe in and become attached to without knowing. And Google's Ray Kurzweil said this in his description of what's coming. Nanobots, smart dust, will infuse all matter around us with information. Rocks, trees, everything will become these intelligent creatures. There is only one way you are going to spread nanobots and smart dust over everything in the way he describes, and that's from the sky. And that's why these chemtrails, not contrails, chemtrails, that come out the back of planes, they started appearing in the late 1990s, now they're friggin' everywhere. My son Gareth took a picture this morning of them over Derby, and I see them all the time. I've been on the edge of the Kalahari Desert and seen them. They're everywhere. And instead of disappearing like contrails, they start to just pan out and pan out and pan out, and eventually they start coming down and cover everything in what they contain, which is many, many things, including nanotechnology, smart dust. And I have seen again and again a clear blue sky turned into a cloudy day just by watching planes crisscross the sky, pouring this shite out. And this whole changing of the atmosphere by this explosion of technologically generated radiation is all part of creating this technological sub-reality to control human society like people can hardly imagine. Radiation in the atmosphere generated by technology has absolutely soared beyond words since I was a kid and increases by the day. And it's coming from sources like these that we don't even know about. Things that look like something else but are actually hiding these transmitters of these frequencies. This is a former DARPA scientist saying that these cell towers are pouring out frequencies that disrupt human minds. Exactly what this grid is meant to do. Exposure to cell phone and wireless Wi-Fi radiation can reduce impulse control and cause violence. What this stuff can do, by interfering with the process of information processing by the human brain, it can change the way people think. They worked out a long time ago, one guy back in the 50s, the frequencies of various states of emotion, including rage and depression. And they found that if you fire that frequency across a community, you pull people into that frequency because the brain doesn't know any better. It receives a frequency and it decodes it. It might come from you and it will decode it, or it might come externally and it will decode it, and you get what that frequency represents. And if you fire that across a community and you build people up into a rage because you want to riot on a problem, reaction, solution scenario, and then you do something to trigger, like, you arrest someone that shouldn't be arrested, or the police will beat someone up or whatever, and suddenly that rage is then, which has been built up systematically, technologically, then explodes, and you have the riot that you want. And the kids all over the world now are being bombarded from every angle with this stuff. And because we are energetic, electromagnetic on this level entities, anything that disrupts that disrupts us on every level. This is a guy called Michael Persinger, a neuroscientist at a university in Canada who was specialized in this subject for decades. He said, for the first time in our evolutionary history, we have generated an entire secondary, virtual, densely complex environment, an electromagnetic soup that essentially overlaps the human nervous system, which is what it was planned to do all along. And because of this technology, human concentration spans are plummeting. People find it harder and harder to read books because the books don't give them that electronic digital stimulation the brain becomes addicted to. And what they thought for, well, until relatively recently, is once the brain is formed, then that's it, it's formed. That's how it is for the entirety. Now they know the very opposite is true. They know that the brain, through something called brain plasticity, is constantly changing and reforming in the way that it processes information by the information it receives. And what we've had, and my God, I've lived through this, I'm old enough to live through it, I remember what it was like before. In a ridiculously short time, the brain has been absolutely deluged with information in forms it's never experienced before. And it is rewiring the brain. It's rewiring the brains of children. It's one of the reasons they're getting scrambled, and all this suicide stuff is coming through. And AI is also meant to take people's jobs away on an absolutely vast scale. When customers skip the cashier line, what happens to the nation's 3.6 million cashiers? As it says about America. But so many jobs are going to disappear and are beginning to disappear. Amazon announced something this week because of AI and technology taking over. And this is the scam. Remember this one. What will happen eventually is that the scale of job loss will be so fantastic. Do something, what are we going to do? And what will be planned is this, or a form of this. One, what we're going to do is we're going to give everyone basically money every week or every month. Everyone's going to get a guaranteed income. It won't be anything like what people could enjoy their life with, but everyone's going to have a guaranteed income. And a lot of people will say, phew, thank God, I've lost my job, there's no others, AI is taking it all, and they take the guaranteed income. The idea is that once you take the guaranteed income, continuing to get it depends on your behavior. Something like this is unfolding in China as we speak. So, guaranteed income, yeah? And there's no other jobs, are there? You've got no other choice, no other jobs, because AI's got them all, yeah? Robots got them all, yeah? Don't do that. Don't challenge us, don't question us, don't do this, don't say that, because your income will be taken away. And you've got no other choice, have they? No. This is where it's leading. Complete control of humanity. And we have been manipulated, not least through not paying attention, and I do understand this bit, not appreciating the scale of fricking evil that we're dealing with. We have allowed ourselves to build our own technological prison without realizing that's what it is. We believed it to be technological progress. And then there's the question, what is AI? What is this artificial intelligence? Well, of course, there's algorithmic AI, and there's what they call learning AI, where it's constantly learning, becoming more intelligent. But what is the other levels of AI? This guy is a famous celebrity physicist in America, Kaku. He said, fear robots, not aliens. And I put at the bottom, but what if the aliens are controlling the robots? What if AI is the aliens? What if AI is this force I talked about earlier, and AI is its vehicle to enter, assimilate the human mind? I say it is. I go into the books in detail and explain why. But never mind whether it is or whether it isn't. Whatever level you want to look at AI, we are being invaded. So, control perception. genetic rewire. Know the outcome and you'll see the journey. One of the longer-term goals of this agenda is to replace the biological human body with a synthetic version. It's all part of this assimilation into technology. And so, know the outcome and you'll see the journey. And what we're seeing now is more and more movies, television programs, that are portraying that very world of robotic humans and synthetic robots, as they have been portraying in the movies for year after year after year, the dystopian society and the control and the promotion of robots and transformers and all this stuff. For kids, not least, for reasons I explained. And what this is a psychological trick called preemptive programming. And it works like this. The society you want to take people into, even by the standards we're in now, is so massively different to where we are that very chasm of difference is a big resistance point for people. You want us to do what? You want to do what? So what you do is you bombard them with movies, programs, any kind of media you can that portrays the world you want them to go into, you want to take them into. And what you're doing is you're making the subconscious, and the conscious to an extent, familiar with this world you want to take them into. So when it starts to come in for real, that chasm of resistance is not the same because in some way you are kind of familiar with it. You've been made familiar with it. And that's what's happening. And that process is preparing people for the coming synthetic human. 150 scientists just met in secret to discuss creating a synthetic human genome. This is happening all the time now in science. A step closer to designer babies. Scientists will create synthetic human DNA in just 5 years. That's a few years old now. Researchers develop an artificial nervous system that gives robots the ability to sense touch. And you look how close synthetic robots are now getting to the real person. And in China, they have synthetic robot newsreaders. Well, you saw this story. This guy is, you can't hear him because the sound's not up, but this guy is speaking in a very, very good English pronunciation and broadcast a news item, or the news item is what he is. And this is, you'd think, oh no, that's a human newsreader. No, it's not. That's a robot. And the synthetic human, which is bringing me to a big thing that's happening in human society now, the synthetic human is planned to have no sexes and no ability to procreate, because it will be created rather than procreated in the way that we create human bodies now. And it was described, this process, by Aldous Huxley in Brave New World in 1932. Just as he was so accurate in predicting today, so George Orwell was so accurate in predicting today through 1984, because both were not only coming from their imagination. This is Aldous Huxley in Brave New World, 1932. Natural reproduction has been done away with, and children are created, decanted, and raised in hatcheries and conditioning centers. From birth, people are genetically designed to fit into one of 5 castes, which are further split into plus and minus members and designed to fulfill predetermined positions within the social and economic strata of the world state. He knew exactly what was coming. This is the maternity ward of tomorrow if we don't wake ourselves up fast in numbers to see what's happening around us and where it's going. And because they don't want procreation, because it will be done technologically, and because they will not have sexes, that's what this is really about. And why it's come out of nowhere and is suddenly everywhere and dominating human society and human discourse. Transgenderism. Now, if someone has the feeling they're in the wrong body, well, that's none of my business, and if they need help, they should be given help, and they should live their life as they see fit. Don't matter to me at all. It's none of my business. It's their business. But there is a way, a process, and it works like this. You put your foot in the door, and you wedge the door open. And you wedge the door open with a reason for something that people, reasonable people, could not possibly challenge. For instance, foot in the door on transgenderism. We must stop discrimination against transgender people. Hands in the air. Of course there should be no discrimination against transgender people for being transgender. But that's only the foot in the door. The next stage, and we're well past it, is to whack the door open. And suddenly, instead of it just being about not having discrimination against transgender people, now it's about actively promoting, especially the young, even little kids, to question their gender who weren't questioning it before. And that is what this is all about. It's not about protecting transgender people from discrimination. It's about confusing people about their gender who weren't confused before. More and more and more. The numbers are fantastic. So this is the process. 2 genders. You don't want gender because of this process I've described. So you confuse. 1 gender, no gender, human. This is the process that we're on. And again, if you look at the ways that it's being imposed upon people, stop calling them boys and girls. Advisors who are paid £200,000 to help train teachers say using sex-specific terms in the classroom is unfair to transgenders, even though there might be no transgenders there. There's a few more now, thanks to the manipulation. Australia, schools banned from using the terms mum and dad, boys told to dress up as girls in non-gender specific free play. It's not free play if you make them do it. This is not protecting people, transgender people from discrimination. This is enforcing transgender on people, especially the young. And if people don't like that, well, they can do the other thing. I don't care, because it happens to be the truth. Taxpayer-funded transgender lobby group demands free over-the-counter sex change hormones for children. Swapping gender norms in the name of equality. Icelandic school that makes boys paint their nails. Biological male wins world championship in women's cycling. I wonder who's going to win the weightlifting. So what about the rights of women to take part in a sport they have any chance of bloody winning in? Oh no, it doesn't matter. The transgender agenda must be obeyed. Therefore, women's sport gets destroyed. Who cares? How can all this be coordinated, this transgender explosion out of nowhere, and it's suddenly everywhere all over the world at the same time? That's how. The web. That's how it's done. And you know, this shutting down of having another opinion on transgender is all part of the censorship of challenging the narrative when the narrative can't possibly win in an open debate. This is an extraordinary story. Why I fear the gender agenda is harming our children. After 4,415% rise in girls wanting to change sex last year in England. School has 17 children changing gender as teacher says vulnerable pupils are being tricked into believing they are the wrong sex. What has this got to do with protecting transgender people from discrimination? Nothing, because that's not what it's about. And what did Dr. Richard Day tell those doctors in 1969? What are the things that was going to happen? We are going to make boys and girls the same. This is not happening by chance. It's part of a vast agenda. And you talk to people who've transitioned from one gender to the other. They've done it surgically. They have found that it was the wrong thing for them to do, and they wish they hadn't done it. You talk to them about what happens to them when they try to warn people that actually it's not as simple as you might think. They're shut down, they're abused, attacked. Who by? Transgender activists, because they're not singing from the song sheet. And that's why they're shutting down anybody that questions this, because it can't win the debate, so don't have the debate. And at the same time all this is happening, we've got gender-bending chemicals in endless things, not least plastics, plummeting sperm counts and testosterone counts, remarkable decline in fertility rates. You do surprise me. University of Texas treats masculinity as a mental health issue. Why? Because they don't want masculinity. They call it toxic masculinity. For many reasons. You can't have masculinity and a fused gender human. And also, what does masculinity do? What does testosterone do? It expresses itself in one way of saying, we're not having it. We're not having it. Don't care what you do, don't care what you say, we're not having it, all right? What they want is weak people who go, I'm a victim. I need to be protected, just to protect me from this nasty person who has a different opinion to me. That's what they want. And then a lot of people, they're getting it. Trans rights are human rights. Yes, they are. But what they forget is so is the right to have a different opinion. And this absolutely sums up what I'm talking about. How do you know if it's the agenda they ban or abuse you for discussing the subject or having a contrary opinion? Non-binary, if we don't wake the hell up to what's happening, there'll only be binary humans, on-off electrical charges of a computerized mind. And of course, the world army that I talked about earlier is also designed to be a robot army, not a human army. All these technologies now are being brought in that are run by AI. In the end, deciding who lives and who dies. Pentagon unveils 17-page strategy on artificial intelligence and says machines will impact every corner of the military as it ramps up efforts for an AI arms race with Russia and China. US military to have more robot soldiers than humans by the year 2025. 6 years from now. Robocops are coming to London. They're already in Dubai. Scientists worldwide for uncontrollable robot death squads. And so they should, because that's what the game is. And we're looking at, basically, the Matrix, where the world is controlled by machines and whoever controls the machines. And number 9, before we have a break, that which underpins all of the above. Control perception by controlling information. And that is what is happening before our eyes by the minute now. Know the outcome and you'll see the journey. The outcome in relation to information that is desired is that there comes a point where no one sees or hears anything that the authorities don't want you to see and hear. That's the outcome. And when you know that's the outcome, you see the journey, and the journey is now unfolding so fast. Isn't it, Immigration Minister of Australia and Devere Abramovich in Australia? A few corporations own the media, but who owns them? Well, Silicon Valley ownership we talked about. But these companies now, this handful of companies, Facebook, Google, YouTube, owned by Google, or the holding company, parent company, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, they control, and increasingly so, the vast majority of what people see and hear. censoring for their masters. Who really owns Silicon Valley? Because it ain't them. And they are just censors on behalf of those that do own Silicon Valley. These companies are now the greatest concentration of surveillance and censorship power in known human history. And if you go deep enough in them and into Hollywood, which is owned by this cabal, into the newspapers, into the television companies, into DARPA and all the intelligence agencies, you go deep enough into them and they're all attached to this web and they're working to the same end. The truth is this way, so we must look that way if we're not to see the truth they don't want us to see. Here's an example. Don't question 9/11. This is Reddit. And when you go into what they call a community, sharing information on the fact that 9/11 official story is not true, which an idiot could see in 30 seconds if they looked at the information, you find this. Are you sure you want to view this community? This community is quarantined. Straight out of 1984, that is. It may contain a high degree of misinformation. If you are seeking historic information about the September 11 attacks, please visit the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States, etc. Well, if people read this new book, The Trigger, coming out soon, they will never believe a single word that the 9/11 official commission on 9/11 has ever written when they see who controlled it. So we are now seeing this attack, war against freedom of speech for a simple reason. While you have freedom of speech, you have freedom to challenge the official narrative. While that freedom exists, you can never create a situation where people only see and hear what you want them to see and hear. So to reach that outcome, you must delete freedom of speech. And that's why it's happening. And this is a vital point too. They want to silence speech and opinion before the point of delivery. Now this is crucial. People say, what about people that urge people to burn someone's house down or kill someone? Okay, but there's laws against that. There's laws against doing that after the point of delivery, because they can't, at the moment anyway, watch for the technology, but they can't at the moment impose that law against somebody who hasn't delivered the demand to burn someone's house down. They have to be delivered, and when it is, there's a law against it. And while you deal with what people say after the point of delivery, no way does any authority have the power to decide what people see and hear. They might have the power to decide what happens by what people say, but they don't have the power to decide and dictate what people see and hear. Once you start censoring before the point of delivery, and that's the game, it's what censoring people and algorithmic censorship is all about, then you have given authority the power to decide what people see and don't see. So you start off, again, foot in the door, with something you think people won't challenge. You say, we must stop people promoting terrorism. Yeah, but I want to know the people who are promoting terrorism. I don't want to push it underground. I want to know who they are. Anyway, but it don't stop there. Most people that don't know what's going on, they say, yeah, stop terrorism. Yeah, I agree with that. But then it's fake news. We must stop fake news. Well, of course, if stop fake news, then the mainstream media would never appear anywhere. So, but fake news. So now you've got another excuse to censor before the point of delivery. What's the next one? Hate speech. Who decides what hate speech is? Well, we do. Hate speech. And hate speech is anything we decide it is. And now you've got in Britain this thing, they're saying we ought to censor things that may cause harm. Not things that are illegal, what may cause harm, which of course opens the whole Pandora's box to censoring everything. And this is how it works. Once you give people permission of anything to censor before the point of delivery. And that's what this guy's talking about. Zuckerberg, I'm optimistic AI bots will flag, censor hate speech before it's posted within 5 to 10 years. What he means is much sooner than that. And here he is again. Lee Wang, bloody Soros. He's everywhere. Soros' role in social media censorship revealed in leaked document. Google and Soros-backed fact-checkers joined forces to control news search results. Then you've got shadow banning, where you can actually post it, but the algorithms stop it going anywhere. And then if anyone becomes like a martyr or a figure, not necessarily a martyr, but a figure who represents freedom of speech, then you absolutely set out to destroy them, which is what they're trying to do with Julian Assange, as a warning to anyone else who wants to do it. Well, if they think I'm going to come to that shite, they should read The Trigger in a few weeks from now. Political correctness. You silence each other so we don't have to. Political correctness is simply the censorship of freedom of speech, where you get the population to censor for you, and this progressive mob has fallen for it, hook, line, and the other thing. And what that brings about through fear and intimidation of the consequences of speaking your truth, through political correctness and all these other forms of censorship, is the worst censorship of all, the most insidious censorship of all, self-censorship, where there's no debate, there's no argument about what should be discussed or said or printed. It's just never discussed. You just don't say it. And that's what all this intimidation is really about, getting the population into a state of self-censorship. We must not fall for it, because the end of that road is a dystopian nightmare. Political correctness is fascism pretending to be manners. George Carlin, perfect. I'm offended. So bloody what? I'm offended that you're offended. Where do we go from here, darling? Why should my freedom of speech be destroyed because you choose to be offended by someone having a different opinion? And we're creating what I call Generation Jelly. You know, there's so many young people, amazing young people, who've seen through it despite this bombardment of programming. But so many are falling for it and becoming the stormtroopers, the Twitter stormtroopers of this dystopian society. The creation of Generation Jelly, where people must be protected from everything. So they become weak people, so they become compliant people, so they become people who demand the authorities do what they want to do anyway. The rights of others are offensive, we must restrict them. Oh, our pleasure. We'll stop those naughty people offending you. Newspeak, George Orwell's name for a new language that replaced Old Speak, as he called it. Old Speak contained words that could express your views, your opinions, your thoughts in detail. Newspeak was a neutral language in which you could say nothing. Do you know, Microsoft are bringing out a version of, grammar correction, which stops you writing things that aren't politically correct. That's what he was talking about. Newspeak, a controlled language, as a tool to limit freedom of thought and concepts that pose a threat to the regime, such as freedom, self-expression, individuality, and peace. And this progressive mentality that thinks it's so anti-establishment, is the new tyranny, the new censors, the new big brother, the new driver, the Soros progressives driver of this tyranny. And progressive and liberal, this is the thing I hear all the time in America. They talk about liberals, progressives being liberals. They're not liberals, they're not. This is the dictionary definition of progressive: favoring or advocating progress, change, improvement, or reform, as opposed to wishing to maintain things as they are, especially in political matters. The Nazis could have claimed to be progressive under that definition. But now the dictionary definition of liberal: favorable to or in accord with concepts of maximum individual freedom possible, especially as guaranteed by law and secured by governmental protection of civil liberties, favoring or permitting freedom of action, especially with respect to matters of personal belief or expression. Everything that progressives are not. Everything that progressives are setting out to destroy, and they are still called liberals. They are not. And if they were, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. I come from that liberal background. That's where I'm coming from. Do what you like so long as you don't impose it on anyone else. When students marched for free speech, the PC tyranny, demanding freedom of speech in the 60s. Now we have this. King's College London deploys safe space marshals to ensure students don't have their feelings hurt at talks. King's College London has been criticised over a deeply problematic policy to hire £12 an hour safe space marshals to patrol events, checking there is no offensive content. Students demand comedians sign safe space contract ahead of charity events. Wanting a comedian to sign a contract not to offend anybody. Progressive PC warrior, here's another point of view. Ooh, I know someone that would agree with that. And here he is. Every tyranny, Nazi tyranny, Stalinist tyranny, Marxist tyranny, when they get power, they want to control information and censor information they don't want people to see that would challenge their narrative. Banning opinions you don't like, well, he would be all in favor of it. And now we have anti-fascists acting like fascists, doing exactly that. The Nazis banned books they didn't want people to see. Now progressive students are demanding that information books are banned, and we have the digital book burning of the internet giants who call themselves progressives, who have values. Well, one day, for no particular reason, we became offended by everything. What happened? No. It wasn't on one particular day, and we didn't suddenly become offended by everything. Why that happened was this. Once being offended trumps freedom of speech is dead, kaput, over, because you'll always find someone to be offended by anything. So what they are doing in front of our eyes is to encourage more and more people to become offended about more and more and more things, to give them more and more excuses to silence the people and the views that are offending them. So the more people are offended, the more excuses there are to censor. And we are seeing that process happening so fast. European ruling that religious feelings trump free speech is a dangerous development. Well, of course it is. People want to believe a religion. Good luck to you, mate. But don't tell me I can't criticize your religion and its impact on society just because it upsets you. And we now live, because of all that, in a post-fact society where even facts, biological men, biological women are different. Fact. You can't say that. We're banning you from Facebook. We're in a post-fact society where facts are no defense. Platitude politics, where it is essential, demanded, that you believe that 2 and 2 equals 5, or else. And one of the great mind games they're playing is to attach demands for freedom of speech to what they call the far right. Associate the two in the public perception. And then anyone that demands freedom of speech is, oh, you're far right want freedom of speech. Remember when the far right didn't want freedom of speech and liberals did? This is Hitler describing what is happening today, because we are in the same society, it just wears different clothing and has got rid of the jackboots. The best way to take control over a people and control them utterly is to take a little of their freedom at a time, to erode rights by 1,000 tiny and almost imperceptible reductions. In this way, the people will not see those rights and freedoms being removed until past the point at which these changes cannot be reversed. And that is where we are. Fascism always works best when it calls itself anti-fascism. And that's what we have. Have you seen the faces of these anti-hate groups screaming hatred at their targets? no self-awareness whatsoever. Joseph Goebbels, minister of Nazi propaganda, accused the other side of that which you are guilty. And thus, we have inclusion groups that exclude, anti-hate groups that hate, anti-racist groups that are racist, anti-sexism groups that are sexist, and diversity groups that destroy diversity. We love or hate Trump is the level of public political debate. And it's exactly what they set out to create a long time ago. And anyone in this progressive fake liberal mob that thinks they are successors to the civil rights movement of the 60s, this man, Martin Luther King, would weep at what is happening now. But, and this is the big but, those that dominate the microphones and the shrill voices that dominate the media are not expressing what the people in general want or believe. And again, when I meet people among the general population anywhere in the world, their views on all this are totally, utterly different to the shrill voices, the activists, and the fascistic mob. And here's a poll recently, a few days ago. 81% of Americans agree that people are too easily offended these days. And if you did polls on all these areas of suppression, etc., that I'm talking about, you would find basically the same reaction. The public view and the microphone view are not the same. And the public view involves vast numbers of people. The microphone view involves a tiny number of people. And that public view must express itself and not be intimidated into silence. Because all this in the end is about divide and rule and intimidation into silence. And what we have here is the slaves fighting the slaves for the slave owners. Divide and rule, while those controlling both are in hysterics. Divide and rule between political stances on which puppet is better than the other puppet. Divide and rule on race. Divide and rule on religion. Divide and rule of men and women. Divide and rule of sexuality. Divide and rule between young and old. Divide and rule between phone and phone. And this is the political correctness, tyranny, deprogramming device, backbone. I'm not having it. This is my Twitter storm response system. I find it very effective because the abuse that you receive is only affecting you if you allow it to. Otherwise, it doesn't affect you at all. The power of not giving a shit is absolutely immense. It's giving a shit about what people say about you that gives the power to those that say it. Who consumes your mind controls your life. And we have allowed another force to consume our mind generation after generation. And if we want to be free, that has got to stop now. And I'll be back in 10 minutes to see what we can do about this, which is bloody plenty. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, part two. And I'm going to look at a more esoteric way of looking at this now. And what we can do to, well, free ourselves and collectively free human society from this nonsense. So how do we escape from the mind prison? Well, if you come just from a 5 sense perspective alone, you might say, oh, we can panic. Oh my God, I want my mum. Or we can fight. Oh yeah, let's fight. And then we've got twice the fighting and we've all moved on. The world's a nicer place. Or we can do what most people do, which is talk. And have talks about talks and then do lunch and then eventually decide to do nothing, and so it goes on. Or we can do what I say is necessary to bring an end to all this, which is to disconnect from the program. Disconnect from the perceptual programs that hold us in perceptual, thus what we call physical servitude. Because if controlling human perception is the whole focus of this conspiracy, then humanity freeing itself from that control must be the way forward. Because you can look for answers to a problem, you look for solutions to a problem, and we're drowning in solutions, which lead to more problems overwhelmingly. Or you can do the sensible thing, which is to remove the cause of the problem. And the cause of the problem is humanity has given its perceptual reality away. And therefore the answer must be to take it back, and thus remove the cause of the problem. If we are interacting with these quantum fields, these, if you like, cosmic Wi-Fi fields of possibility and probability, then we can, in ways that I'm going to describe, start to dictate what we decode into an experience and what we do not. It's a bit like being on the internet. You decide where you go on the internet and where you don't go. But what happens if you don't realize that we are interacting with this possibility, probability reality, and thus, without knowing it, pulling these experiences into, if you like, 5 sense reality, then it happens, but we're not controlling it because we don't know it's happening, so it's controlling us. It's just happening. We think it's random. It's not. Our perceptual state is constantly dictating our experienced reality in ways I'm going to describe. So, just as we can decide where we go and don't go on the internet, we can start to decide, once we know how this works, what we're going to experience and what we're not. Which is the worst nightmare of the conspiracy, because if we change our perceptual state, we change the way we interact with, if you like, cosmic Wi-Fi, we change what we manifest into an experience. This is the knowledge they don't want us to know. They want us to believe that all our experiences are random, and therefore, if they're random, we have no control over them. We do. We are a point of attention within a state of infinite awareness. But not everything is infinitely aware. I mean, I rest my case, right? We are different points of attention, which have different perceptions and a different, if you like, range of perceptual possibility. You can live life like that, or you can live life like that. It's still a point of attention, but it's very, very different. So a point of attention becomes our point of perception, because what we focus upon and what we shut out becomes our perception of reality, because this is where we're getting our information from, not here. So our point of attention becomes our point of perception, and our point of attention and perception becomes our self-identity. What we perceive ourselves to be, what we perceive the world to be, dictates our self-identity. One self-identity, as I talked about right at the start, is to self-identify with labels. I am a man, woman, black, white, Jewish, Hindu, Christian, whatever. But you can also self-identify as something way beyond all that. Like, I am the consciousness having those experiences. They are not me, they are my experiences. I am the consciousness having that experience. And that is a completely different self-identity, which leads to a completely different experience. So here's those two states of self-identity. One, I am all that is, has been, and ever can be, having an experience. And when people say, I'm all that is, has been, and ever can be, they say, oh, that's impossible. No, it's not, because what is that another way of saying? It's another way of saying all possibility. And we live in this quantum field of all possibility, thus it is all that is, has been, and ever can be. And that is a way of looking at who we are. And then there's another way, which unfortunately is the way most people see themselves because of the programming I talked about, which is, I'm little me, I've got no power, and he has the power, and I look up to him, and I do what he says. Now that is going to give you a completely different experience to one that sees itself as consciousness having an experience. The latter, oh, I'm just little me, I have no power, is going to go through life saying, what's going on? What's happening? Because there will not be a grasp on any of that from, oh, I'm little me, I've got no power, I'm just my labels. But when you lift the headset and you stop self-identifying with the labels and you realize the true nature of the I, then everything changes. And we start to interact with the Wi-Fi field of possibility and probability in a totally different way, and we experience life in a totally different way. And you see this when people start to what they call wake up. What does wake up mean? It means you lift the bloody headset. Instead of being perceptually driven and controlled by the program, you go, hold on, whoa! It's not like I thought it was. And now you're seeing the world beyond the program, and people around you are still looking at the program, and they think you're crazy. And people say, why don't I see the world like everyone else? Why don't other people see the world like I see? Well, very simple. Someone's got a headset on next to you, and you're not going to see the world the same. And it's the same exact principle. So when we start to change our perceptions and our self-identity on the basis of those perceptions, our world changes and our experience changes. And the key to that is that all perceptions, all emotions, all thoughts of many and various kinds are all different frequencies. Hate and depression are frequencies, low frequencies. That's why when we're in stage of depression or anxiety, people say, oh, I feel so heavy today. Because their energetic field is vibrating so slowly, because the frequency of those emotions is vibrating through their field and making it vibrate slowly, it becomes into a state of density. And people literally say, I feel so heavy today. And then someone's having a good day, and they're feeling joy, which is a very high frequency. And they go, God, I feel so light today, because that frequency of joy is much faster and more vibrant, and thus their energetic field is reflecting that as this frequency impacts upon it, and you feel light. Everything is a frequency. Every emotion is a frequency. And as Albert Einstein said, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you can't help but get that reality. And therefore, when you're in a state of I am all that is, has been, and ever can be, you are operating on a frequency, a high frequency, an expanded frequency, because your perception of self is expanded. When you are operating on, oh, I'm just little me, I've got no power, you are operating on a very low frequency and a very narrow frequency. And thus how you interact with the cosmic field of possibility and probability is dramatically different. And here's another great gateway to freedom. Accidents happen, that's what everyone says. But in a quantum universe, there are no such things as accidents, only possibilities and probabilities folded into existence by perception. Perception is everything, because it dictates the frequency we operate on, and that dictates how we interact with the quantum field of possibility and probability, and thus what we manifest as an experience. A little me, I have no power person is not going to manifest a powerful life. Not because they can't, but because their perceptions are preventing them from doing so in a cause and effect feedback loop. Heisenberg, again. Atoms are elementary particles themselves are not real. They form a world of potentialities or possibilities rather than one of things or facts. So you have these fields of potentialities and possibilities, and what we pull out of them as an experience is dictated by our perception. And our perception and that process of decoding that possibility into an experienced reality turns possibilities into what we experience as things and facts in the world of what we perceive to be things and facts. Everything is perception. And this deep in the shadows knows this. This is why it knows that if it can control our perception, not least by controlling information received, it will control our behavior, and crucially, even beyond that, it will control our interaction with the quantum fields of possibility and probability, and thus it will dictate our experience. If it can control our perceptions, it will dictate our experience. And if we take our perceptions back, we'll take our experience back. And we'll stop, or we'll start living life instead of having life living us, which is what happens when our perceptions are creating our reality, but we don't realize they're doing that. Life is living us. So this quantum field of possibilities and potentialities is the library of infinite experience, infinite knowledge, infinite knowing, infinite insight. But if we only hold our self-identity within these lower realms of frequency, operating only in the five-sense realm, only perceiving possibility in the five-sense realm, that concentrated focus of attention will disconnect us from this infinite field of possibility and probability and potentiality. And what happens when people start to break out of the five-sense prison, the program, and allow themselves to perceive possibilities beyond it? Then you start tapping in to this greater field of information, knowledge, perception, and you start through that to have insight, to have understandings you never had before, but also to perceive the world you're experiencing in a totally different way. This is what happened to me some 30 years ago. So this is a cause and effect. If you have a perception, a self-identity of little me, I've got no power, other people have power over me, then you are going to live an imprisoned life. A life that's going to express your perceptual state. And what that means, because that perceptual state is so narrow and such a low vibrational frequency state, you're going to interact with possibility and probability, the cosmic internet, in a very limited way. And so you are going through that feedback loop to live a very limited life in which I can't, it's not possible, become the dominating perceptual state. But if we re-evaluate our self-identity, and we move beyond the labels to I am that consciousness, potentially infinite consciousness if I want to open my mind to that level, and I am the consciousness having the experience, I'm not the experience, then suddenly, instead of living a prisoned life, you start to live an expansive, adventurous life. A life of infinite possibility. Why? Because you have a perception that you are infinite possibility, thus your life will start to reflect that. This is the key to the whole conspiracy. We can talk about all the things we talked about in the first half, and we should, and we need to understand them things. But the foundation of the conspiracy is control of human perception, which leads to control of human experience, which means control collectively of human society. So when you have this expanded self-identity, you have an expanded frequency from your expanded self-identity, an expanded perception. You go on to a higher frequency and you interact with possibility and probability in a much more expanded high-frequency way, and thus the life that you will manifest and experience from that will be vastly different from little me, I have no power. And you can see this cause and effect with perception and experience, where you can give people a sugar pill, and their perception is that it's a real pill that will have a certain effect, and invariably, or certainly in enormous numbers of cases, it will have that effect. People will have that effect, not because the pill has done it, because the pill's just a sugar pill, but because you believed it would. The placebo effect, in fact, the placebo effect is getting to the point now where drug trials are getting more and more difficult to make credible because of the placebo effect that people are having. And then you've got fire walking. If you walk through fire with the perception that you will get burned, then you will decode reality, in effect, from the possibility-probability field of being burned. They'll call an ambulance. But I've seen many times around the world people walk through fire without getting burned. Why? Because they go into another perceptual state which doesn't perceive walking through fire means getting burned, and because the perception will not decode that, you do not experience that. And so people walk through fire and don't get burned. It's an incredible sight. But the only difference between call an ambulance and everything's fine is the perception of the person doing it. It's all a freaking illusion. As I say here, an illusion can only burn an illusion if you believe it can. And this perceptual manipulation of humanity, if you look at it, through all the various medias, is constantly getting us to believe things. Because they know if we believe something, that belief will manifest as a experience, collectively and individually. Bill Hicks, the great American comedian, said, because he went out into the great beyond, he took the psychoactive drugs and stuff, he realized this reality is all a physical illusion, and he said, all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. And what I've been describing in the last few minutes is how our imagination of ourselves, perception, becomes the experience of ourselves. One creates the other. And if I could put the conspiracy in one sentence, it would be to control humanity's imagination of itself. That's what's happening. What you believe, you perceive. What you perceive, you experience. Life, the game of life, perception is all. That's the stadium in which it's played out. And it's the stadium in which this conspiracy plays out, minute by minute. What the idea is, and I'm talking about those deep in the rabbit hole, not the politicians, deep in the rabbit hole. They know that if they can hijack perception, they can dictate our frequency, and through that, they can hijack our experience. And it's been going on generation after generation. Therefore, the only real revolution that's ever changed anything worth changing is a revolution of perception. Because when our perception changes, our frequency changes, our interaction with possibility and probability changes, our experience changes, individually and collectively. And the question is humanity going to go on believing it is little me and living little me lives controlled by the perception of big me's? Or is it going to realize all along behind the illusion we are all points of attention within an infinite state of awareness, and we can be that infinite state of awareness in totality, or we can be, I've got no power. The real I is simply awareness, a state of being aware. It's not a form, they're just vehicles for consciousness to experience. It's simply that which is aware. And what the conspiracy does is seek to put these points of attention in bubbles of reality, where each point of attention has a bubble which it will go so far and then it will hit the walls of the bubble and go no further. Another way of describing the postage stamp consensus. Keeping us in these bubbles of perception. So most people live in these bubbles. And the bubbles are made up of information coming from the media, politics, education, parents, science, friends, doctors, experts, history, all the rest of it. And that would be okay if you left open the possibility that that is not all-knowing. And then when other people are screaming from outside the bubble, hey, it's a bubble. There's so much out here to be seen that you're not looking at. If people said, well, okay, well, let's have a look then. But instead, you get, that's ridiculous, you're mad. It's what I call the arrogance of ignorance. Ignorant because of the bubble, and arrogant because you believe all there is to know is in the bubble. And another part of this control system, I say, and I've been saying it now since about the turn of the millennium, that I felt we lived in a simulation. This is a simulated reality. And what I've found interesting, some people call it the Matrix, of course, from the movies. But what I found interesting is the number of mainstream scientists in the last few years who've come out and said the same. Actually, it does look like we live in some kind of simulation. And this simulation is also part of this control of perception agenda. But it's not a simulation that has to control us, for reasons I'll explain. This is a NASA scientist called Rich Turrell, who came out a few years ago now and said, our universe may be a matrix-like computer game designed by aliens. Now, you know, basically I think that's true. And the aliens he talks about being this force that I talked about earlier and talk about in detail in the books. And a number of other scientists in the mainstream have come out and said basically the same. Because the physics of computer games mirror our reality, because basically they are a technological version of our reality. That's why they mirror. And this is a guy called James Gates. He's a physicist, and he was a science advisor to Obama at one point. And he did with a team some research into the energetic fabric of our reality, seeking evidence that this is a simulation. And he said they found computer codes that drive search engines and browsers in the fabric of the energetic reality of our, quote, world, plus something called error-correcting codes that are used to stop computer information from miscommunicating. So if there's information being wrongly communicated, these error-correcting codes knock it back into kilter, and it holds it stable. They found those in the energetic fabric of our reality, and he and his team, James Gates and his team, said that they basically believed that we do live in some kind of simulation from what they'd found. This is a guy called Rich Turrell was the earlier guy. This is a guy called Silas Bean, and he led a team at the University of Bonn asking the same question, do we live in a simulation? And they kind of decided probably likely we do, and they reckon that it's probably based on a system of cubes, a cube matrix structure, which is why he's holding that structure there. And so more and more mainstream scientists are beginning to look at this whole simulation possibility. And, it's amazing how that's happening today. And I say the architects of this matrix, this simulation, is this force that is manipulating human society. And this simulation, if you think about it, a computer puts on the screen the information that it is connected to and thus decodes. We put on our screen the information we're connected to, and therefore we decode. If you can hijack that information, if you almost technologically create that information stream in a frequency band that the human brain works on, the human decoding system works on, you can get humanity to decode that information. And it becomes a perceived reality. Exactly the same principle as someone putting on the headset and the gloves and the earphones, and the virtual reality game hacks into that decoding process, and you experience a really, apparently real reality, but it's just a virtual reality game. Same basic principle. And I do feel, so I go into in the books in detail, that this manipulation of human genetics, which all these ancient societies talk about, in some way tuned humanity into this information source that we experience as the world, but it's actually a simulation. But even so, the simulation operates in a band of frequency. Now, if we only operate ourselves within that band of frequency in terms of our perceptions and our thought processes, then we are in the world and of it. All the information we're receiving to get a fix on reality is coming from the simulation. And this is why, I say anyway, they work so hard to hold us in these low vibrational, limited perceptual states, because that holds us within this band of frequency, which holds us in servitude. When you start to awaken, when you lift the headset, and you start to allow your mind to expand, you start to access and connect with levels of consciousness, perception, and possibility and insight beyond this simulation. And suddenly you see the simulation in a way you couldn't see it before. You see the world the way you couldn't see it before. Because now you've got another source of information to get a fix on reality beyond that which this simulation, if you like, is feeding you. And I do, like I said earlier, feel that this almost laughable, ridiculous, narrow band of frequency that we perceive as visual reality is not by accident but by design. Anyway, I go into the books in great detail about the simulation. The mind that perceives the limitation is the limitation is a quote attributed to the Buddha. And what that is saying is what I've been talking about in this second section. The mind that perceives the limitation is the limitation. What you believe, you perceive. What you perceive, you experience. If you believe in limitation, your perception is limitation, you will experience limitation. Not because it is limited, but because you perceive it is. So, limitation of life, of experience, of possibility comes from the perception of limitation in a feedback loop. But if you enter the realms of limitless possibility, I am all that is, has been, and ever can be, just having an experience, then that sense of limitlessness then impacts upon your experience. Instead of limitedness, you become more and more limitless, because your perceptions again become your experience reality. And of course, therefore, when you perceive yourself in these terms, then your perception of this control system changes. Because as little me, it's, oh my God, oh, it's so powerful, what are we going to do? When you enter this range of scale of self-identity, this all-powerful, all-controlling control system becomes little boys in short trousers who have no ability to make you fear or intimidate you or silence you or anything, because you're all that is, has been, and ever can be. What's John Bolton going to do to me? What's Trump going to do? What's Zuckerberg going to do? They're little boys in short trousers, trapped in their own perceptual prisons. They're going to intimidate me. Better not say that. No, I'm going to say it. Why? Because I'm all that is, has been, and ever can be. If you're little me, oh, better not say that. What are the consequences? What are the consequences for all that is and has been and ever can be? Just another experience, that's all it is. That's all consequences are, just another experience. Oh, I get it. It was me all along. Yeah. But they don't want us to see that. They want us to think that we are subject to randomness, and not that we're creating our own reality with our perceptions manifesting as our experience. So, if we believe that everything is random, which is what the system wants us to believe, what we believe is, I have no power over my life. Once you realize that our perceptions become our experience, now we are controlling the experience, or have the potential to control the experience, because we can control the perception and thus change the experience. And one of the things you see is people who, when something happens that they don't like in their life, they look to blame someone else. It's their fault, it's his fault, it's her fault. It's that bloke in 1963's fault. And what that's saying is, I have no power over my life and experience. He does, she does, they did. It's because of them that I'm in this situation I'm in now. What puts you in the situation in that example is your perception that they put you in that situation. It's a perception becoming reality. When you realize that actually our perceptions become our experience reality, then it's not them that created the situation we're in, but us. And what you find is, when you have a certain perceptual state about the world, you tend to attract into your life people that reflect that perceptual state. And we think that those people are impacting upon us, but what those people are simply expressions, almost actors in our show, which we're creating. And what people find when they start to, quote, wake up, is often their range of friends and people start to change. Why? Because they're putting out a different frequency, so they're attracting a different frequency in return. It's all about perception. Anything else is detail. But the system doesn't want us to realize that, because that's where the power is. If you don't look in the mirror, everyone else is always to blame. I'm in this state because of them, because nothing changes. Because I'm in this state because of things I don't control. My perceptions control my reality. I am in control of my experience. I am going to change my perceptions. I'm going to change my reality. The power is with us. If only we would grasp it and understand how it works. And, where do we go from here? Well, whether it's individually or collectively, where we go from here is completely up to us, because our response will decide what happens next. If we go on acquiescing and self-censoring and being intimidated into silence, we will go on incessantly into a global Orwellian state. If we stop doing that, the 7.7 billion people being manipulated, a handful in full knowledge doing it, we won't do that. So, where do we go from here? I don't know. Depends what we choose. Goes from here. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you can't help but get that reality. And the frequencies come from perception. This is another one. If you take shit, you'll get shit. It's the way it works. If you don't take shit, right? So someone wants to give it out. Oh, don't give him shit. You don't take shit. And there's someone over here. I'll take shit. Okay, give him the shit. There you go. That's the way it works. If you give shit, I'll take shit. I won't. Okay, we won't give you shit then. Simple. What you allow is what you experience. When you say, I'm not having it, not having it. If collectively humanity came to that point, we're not having this anymore, we're not having it, the energetic change would be impossible for these little boy in short trousers people who are behind this manipulation. It would be impossible for them to control humanity. Humanity is controlled basically because they say, okay, we'll take shit. We decode our experience, And that decoding experience comes from our perception. It's everything. Change perception and you change reality. That should be on the wall of every house and every business anywhere in the world. And that means getting out of the intellect, getting out of their head. We are in a world, because of the postage stamp consensus, where the intellect is God. The intellect is the arbiter of whether we're intelligent or not. And yet the intellect, compared with expanded consciousness, is a village idiot. And yet the world, the human world, is dominated utterly by the intellect. The whole institutions of the world are dominated by intellect, and it is the village idiot compared with expanded consciousness. A guy called Albert Camus. An intellectual is someone whose mind washes itself. And I would say it's in the program and of the program. So the postage stamp consensus basically is the intellect. It's all intellect. And if you go into a state of expanded consciousness and you start to perceive beyond the intellect, what does the intellect do? You're mad, you're dangerous. And it's the intellect that holds us in this postage stamp perceptual state. And we're going round and round and round and round and round and getting nowhere. That's why science goes round and round and gets nowhere. And you step out and suddenly you see things that science can't see. And this allegory of the cave by the Greek philosopher Plato is brilliant. He said in ancient Greece, or used this analogy, of prisoners who are chained up in a cave in a way that they can only see one wall of the cave, nothing else. Behind them is a fire which lights up that wall, that one wall they can see. And people and animals start walking past them, behind them, they can't see them, and they cast shadows on the wall. Now, because the prisoners can only see the wall and the shadows become their reality. And Plato describes how certain members of the prisoners became experts on the shadows of the wall, total experts. They are today's intellectuals who know a great deal about not very much and dictate what is and isn't in the public mind. And he described how one prisoner escaped, got outside, realized, no, reality is not like we thought it was. And he came back, he said, these shadows on the wall, they're illusions. Reality is different. And the other prisoners weren't happy about it, which is exactly what happens in the human world today when you challenge the shadows on the wall that people believe in and the academics believe in. And this whole system of institutions, journalism and academia and politics, science, all of it, is dominated by this intellect, which is a very, very narrow band of intelligence. But the idea is that you grab the kids at the earliest age and you put them in the intellect. Look at the education system that kids go through all their formative years. It's virtually entirely intellect, and particularly the left side of the brain. But it's intellect. And people, kids who have creativity, they're suppressed. The intellect must rule. What are exams? They're all about intellect. Not perception of creativity, but memory. And so the idea is from that education period, you put people in this narrow band, this channel with the postage stamp, and they go through their entire lives and drop off the other end, still in the intellect and no more. Get them in, keep them confused, get them out, and for goodness sake, don't let them get out of the intellect. And there's another thing, fear. Keep them in fear. Because fear is a low-frequency state, and it holds you in a low-frequency state. Keep them in fear, and you're holding them in the vibrational box. But there is a great escape. There is a way out of here, and it's just a choice. This is a Native American chief called Black Elk who said, "At the center of the universe dwells the Great Spirit, and that center is really everywhere. It is within each of us." Well, he said the center of the universe. I say the universe is just one expression of a vast, infinite possibility, infinite forever. And what he calls the Great Spirit, which is a very good word or term, I call infinite awareness in awareness of itself. There is a level of this infinite consciousness that is a state of awareness, that it is aware that it is all that is, has been, and ever can be. And other parts of this infinite awareness get trapped in perceptual prisons and cul-de-sacs, which is where we are overwhelmingly in this world. And when you start tapping in to this infinite awareness in awareness of itself, symbolized by this dark patch in the middle, you start then to see everything, including yourself, in completely different terms. And it is everywhere. It penetrates everywhere, and thus it's there to be tapped into. But when you're in low perceptual states of little me, I have no power, in states of fear, you can become disconnected from it and not influenced by it. And the way to tap in to that vastness of insight, knowledge, awareness, intuitive knowing is to get out of the head, the intellect, and into the heart, this heart vortex, which takes us, connects us into this expanded state of awareness. This is where the gateway to freedom is. This is where the prison is. This should be serving this. This has been manipulated to dominate and shut down this. And so when this intuitively is trying to speak, this is shutting it down. The intellect is saying, you can't do that. What will your mother say? What will the people at work say? Shut up. And when you look at the brain and the way it's structured, you have the left side of the brain, which is basically the intellect. That's where the intellect lives, in the left side of the brain. Then you have the right side of the brain, which is much more connected and interactive with the heart. And they are very different in the way that they process information and thus express perception. The left brain sees the little picture because it sees everything as apart from everything else. It would perceive all the space between things, thus everything is apart from everything else. People are apart from everything else. Everything is isolated. Its method of perception and communication is thought, which is a very low level of communication and perception. And its area of operation is overwhelmingly the five senses. And what it does is produce the scientist, the mainstream conventional song sheet, scientist and academic, the politician, the journalist, the system thinker. The right side of the brain connects the dots. While the left side of the brain sees only dots, the right brain connects dots. It sees the big picture because it connects dots. Instead of seeing everything as apart from everything else, it sees everything as connected to everything else, and that's what this sees and knows is the situation. Its method of communication is intuition. Instead of I think, it's I know, I just know. And its area of operation are the higher senses, beyond the five senses. The conspiracy wants to keep us there. And for goodness sake, stop them getting here. The right brain produces the artist, the creative, the out-of-the-box people, the imagination, the maverick, the people that won't conform. And look where the education system operates. It operates almost entirely in the left side of the brain because they're trying to put kids in there from the earliest age and make sure they never escape for the rest of their lives. And this is why you see things like music disappearing from the curriculum. All these artistic things which stimulate the right brain are being cut back and have been for decades and decades. And there's an organization in America called the Heart Math Institute, which has, for decades, I guess now, studied the power of the heart, not the physical heart, though they're connected, but the heart vortex in the center of the chest, which generates out from itself the biggest electromagnetic field in the body. According to the Heart Math Institute, the heart field is 100,000 times more electrically powerful than the brain and 5,000 times more magnetically powerful. And one of the biggest, if not the biggest target of this technological imprisonment called the smart grid and AI is this: shutting this down. The head thinks, the belly feels, but the heart knows. What changed my life 30 years ago was when I decided, because of a series of so-called paranormal experiences, that I was going to follow my intuition. And when my intuition and my head were in conflict, I was going to go with my intuition. And it got me into a lot of scrapes, it got me into a lot of ridicule, and it got me into a lot of what people would perceive as unpleasant situations in terms of public reaction. But there came a point, not very long from then, early 90s time, when things started to happen and started to work out. When I'd followed my intuition, it took me into areas which had my head screaming, "What are you doing?" But it kind of worked out, and it kept working out, and it kept working out. And the head looks at this and it says, well, hold on a minute. If you follow your intuition, it gets you into some scrapes, but it all kind of works out, not despite what has happened, but because of it. And there came a point in the early 1990s when my head and my heart started to speak the same language. So now when my intuition says, I need to do this, my heart says, okay, let's go. There's not this war stops. And look at the body language. The body language is telling us where the impulse is coming from. People point to their head and they say, I'm thinking, I'm thinking, I'm thinking. But where do their hands go when they say, I know, I just know? Where that knowingness is actually coming from. People talk about love coming from the heart. This is where this connection was originally came from. Because we feel love in its true sense, not a saw you down the disco, darling. Real, true love is coming from here because it's connecting us to that level of awareness, which is what we call love. And what I've been doing all these years is following my intuition and following my knowing. And it guides you through the maze in a way that your head would stand there saying, do I go this way? Do I go that way? I'm going to have a discussion. Do I go that way? Do I go that way? I'm going to read a book about it. See if it was, do I go? Heart goes this way. And that's what I've been doing for 30 years. And it's led me to all this information that my head would not have led me to in the same way. People think too much and so know too little. Of course, they don't allow the knowing to express itself. And Albert Einstein said, I never made one of my discoveries through the process of rational thinking. Why? Because he went, like all the great creatives go, into the infinite realm of possibility, insight, knowing beyond the rational level of the five senses. And that's where the insight and the inspiration and the knowing comes from. Thinking holds us apart. Knowing brings us together. The heart brings us together. You make a heart connection with someone. Doesn't care if what they are, what their race is, what their religion is, whatever. You make a heart connection with someone, you are not going to have conflict with that person. But you let your head dominate, and both people can work out a reason why that conflict should happen. It's a low-frequency state when we are imprisoned in the head and the intellect is making the decisions. You put a pilot in an aircraft. You put a pilot on one of those drone computers thousands of miles away from the target. And you let his intellect rule, and he'll work out a reason why he should kill the people on the other end he's never met, knows nothing about. You let him make a heart connection with those people, and then tell him to do what he would do, what the intellect would do, and he wouldn't do it. They want to shut the heart down, head to head. It's a very low frequency state, and that's what this is. This is heads fighting heads. It's intellect fighting intellect. Heart, high frequency. High frequency connection, high frequency communication. This is what they want to shut down. And they've been so effective so far. The head is the prison. The heart is the escape. And yet people feel, oh, he's talking about the heart and love. It's all weak. No, it's not. Because you know something, this point here, this knowing, this intuition, this love beyond attraction, it doesn't have that which is necessary to control. It doesn't have fear. It knows it is all that is, has been, and ever can be on an eternal journey of exploration and experience. There is nothing to fear. Whatever happening now, whatever you perceive as a consequence, is merely just another experience on the infinite journey of experience and exploration. Thus, you do what you know to be right, and not let that be blocked by fear of consequences or fear of anything. The longest journey you'll ever make, this lady said, is from the head to the heart, because of the transformation in life and experience that comes from that. And the Native Americans had this concept of two wolves inside people. And the two wolves were battling for dominance. One wolf, they said, I've labeled it the head, is anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. And the other one, I've labeled it the heart. The other wolf is joy, love, peace, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, and compassion. And the question in the Native American story is, which wolf wins? Answer, the one you feed the most. And what? Because it becomes your perceptual state, if you want to go to that expression of it. And look at this society that we live in, this human society, and that those powers that drive it and impose their will upon it. They're all trying to push us into this state of being. We're all low vibrational states, and out of the high vibrational states that would set us free individually and collectively. And if you look through, whether it's religion or whether it's ancient societies in general, there is a constant theme through all of them of two forces pulling against each other for control of human perception, as I would call it. And so we have this war between the heart, intuition, knowing, and the head, which is invariably saying, you can't do that, you can't do that. What will people think? What will people say? And surely what we should be looking for is a balance where that serves that. That plays its part in the world of the five senses. But this is the governor of perception, and thus frequency. And it's this that will set us free, not the physical heart, this vortex which connects us to these expanded states of awareness. And I came across, when I was doing this speaking tour about a year ago or so, maybe a bit more, came across this prophecy that in the late 15th century, the head would start to dominate human perception. And this would basically shut down the heart and dominate. And then, and the year that it gives, which I found very interesting because of things that happened to me, in the 1990s, the heart would start to re-express itself. And like I say, this very much relates to something that happened to me in the 1990s. But this is just a very short video of explaining this prophecy, if we've got sound now. Can we have it up, well up, please?
Back in the midst of history, human societies decided to go on two different paths. One was the path of the condor, which is really the path of the heart, of the intuition. And the other was the path of the eagle, which is the path of the mind, of the science, of the industrial. And they went their separate routes. It was prophesied that during what is known as the 8th Pachacutiya is a 500-year period, which would begin in the 1490s, the eagle peoples would become so powerful that they would practically drive the condor people into extinction. But the prophecy goes on to say that during the next 500-year interval, beginning in the 1990s, we would arrive at a time with the potential for the two to come together, for the eagle and the condor to fly in one sky, to dance together, and to create a whole new level of consciousness. And so it's up to us to make it happen.
Why I found that interesting when I saw it and the mention of the 1990s is, of course, my life changed dramatically in 1990 and 91 through a series of extraordinary so-called paranormal experiences. And the first book I wrote in 1991, after that happened, was called Truth Vibrations. And what happened was, in those early kind of, months when my head blew off and my life changed and all the ridicule kicked in, is I went to see one psychic. I made that choice to go there, Betty Shine. But then I started meeting other psychics immediately afterwards that I'd never made a choice to see, well, not knowingly, but I kept meeting them. If you wanted to see a psychic or meet a psychic, you should have followed me in that period. I just fallen over them. It's incredible. I'd never seen a psychic in my life before, and now suddenly I'm surrounded by them. Anyway, there was a common theme that was being given to me, which is there is a change coming, a vibrational change coming that is going to act like a spiritual alarm clock to awaken humanity from its slumber. And crucially, that all that this vibrational change would have the effect that all that had been hidden from us would be brought to the surface where we could see it. Now, of course, in 1990, that's why I called the book Truth Vibrations. I always used truth vibrations for this frequency that was going to bring everything to the surface, or I told it was going to bring everything to the surface. In 1990, when I wrote that, came out in early 91, there was no evidence whatsoever of any awakening, and certainly no evidence of all that had been hidden being brought to the surface. But when I now, from the perspective of something like 30 years later, and I look at what has been brought to the surface that we can see that we didn't see before, about how humanity is controlled, the nature of the reality that we're experiencing, how we're being manipulated, to what end, by whom. That knowledge that has been brought to the surface is just extraordinary compared with what we knew in 1990 and 91. And more as the years pass, although they're trying to suppress it like crazy now, more and more is coming to the surface where we can see it. This book, The Trigger, officially launched on September the 11th, but available a month before for people that need to get hold of a copy because we don't know what's going to happen when it comes out, is another stage in this truth vibrations coming to the surface, just so we can see what's been hidden. And so when I look at that, I do see this change taking place like I've never seen it before. When I go around the world, I meet more and more people who are awakening. I get stopped in the street more and more and more, in the supermarket aisle, more and more and more, for people that want to talk about this, who are looking at it and seeing the world's not like they thought it was. So this is happening. It's not happening as fast as I would like it, but it is happening. And this is what is going on away from the microphones and the cameras. So if you only see the microphones or hear the microphones and see the cameras, then it can seem to be no one's waking up. They bloody well are, I tell you, away from the public eye on a scale I've never seen before. Not only are they waking up, it's the kind of people waking up. People who are system people, as I would call them. You never thought would, but are. So this truth vibrations is happening. And this is an example of it. Study shows 60% of Britons believe in conspiracy theories. But if you listen to the microphones and the people in front of the cameras, there are no conspiracies. They don't exist. Even though a conspiracy is merely two or more people conspiring to bring about a desired end, They don't exist. And yet, although they're told they don't exist and it's all nonsense and it's all mad, 60% of British people believe that conspiracy theories have validity. And what is that saying? What is that saying in simple terms? 60% of Britons believe the government's frickin' lie to them. That's all that's saying. And they do. So here we are now, at this point in the road, becoming more blatant and obvious by the day, whereby if we go on as we are, we will live in an AI-controlled, fascist, global, Stalinist, whatever ist you want to call it, tyranny, in a not very distant future. If we choose to take our freedom back and take our self-identity back and through our self-identity, drop all these fears and intimidations that intimidate us into silence when we should be shouting out, then we can go down a very different road. And my God, we're facing that now. The choice between being the me that we're told to be and being the me, the I, that we really are. That is the difference between tyranny and freedom. Escape to freedom rule number 1. Our mind, our perceptions belong to us and not someone else. We are unique points of attention. We do not have to succumb to be what someone else tells us we should be. We are unique. We should express that uniqueness and not be told what to think, not be told what to say, but to express that uniqueness. Because more we express that uniqueness and we express that freedom, that position where all information is controlled cannot be reached. Only by acquiescence and self-censorship can that be reached. George Orwell wrote in 1984, which came out in 1948, wrote in 1948, freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 = 4. If that is granted, all else follows. And why that is important is while we continue to say that 2 + 2 = 4, we live in a fact-based society in which non-factual impositions cannot be imposed upon us. But once we acquiesce through fear of the consequences to either accept that 2 and 2 = 5, like men and women are biologically the same, or we accept by acquiescence that 2 and 2 = 5, then freedom is gone. Because we're now in a post-fact society in which facts don't matter, and thus anything can be said. You can say, for instance, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength in a 2 + 2 = 5 society, which we are fast moving into. We need to stop acquiescing to these authorities, these dictators, and stop being intimidated into silence. Nobody can hurt me, said Mahatma Gandhi, without my permission. We have to stop giving it, because the consequences of not doing that are unthinkable. When you truly don't care what anyone else thinks of you, you have reached a dangerously awesome level of freedom. It's the only way to reach any level of freedom is not to care what anyone thinks of you. Because once you do, you're allowing them to dominate your perception of reality and what you say and what you don't say. You're not living your life anymore. You're living what they believe your life should be. How can anything be connected to freedom in that state? Not caring what people think about you is the only way to freedom. I love being me. It pisses off all the right people. And I'll go on pissing off all the right people, even more so when this new book comes out. But it's my truth, therefore, they don't like it, we'll do the other thing. That's all right. You'll never change the world by being what you want to change. It's no good saying the world is this, that, and the other if we live our lives in a different way to that. Oh, you know, all this freedom of speech is disappearing, it's terrible. Okay, well, speak out then. Oh, better not. We want to change? Oh, we must fight for change. We must fight. Oh, really? Well, that's got us where we are, fighting. Slaves fighting slaves. You don't change through fighting. You just perpetuate the same. We must hate the people who hate the haters, because we're against hate. It's all madness. just pushes us into this low vibrational, 5 sense ignorance and out of the perception and expression of the true self. Postage stamp revolutions we have galore, galore, galore. One intellectual perceptual state under one name replaces another under a different name in the same in a revolution, and all that happens is the same mentality under one name is replaced by the same mentality under another name, and what happens? The same continues. We must protest, okay? But if you go out with a board and scream and protest and then go home and continue with business as usual, nothing's going to change. They don't care about people protesting. They care about people ceasing to cooperate with them, because 7.7 billion people cannot be controlled by a few unless the 7.7 billion cooperate with their own enslavement. As Martin Luther King talked about, the power of non-violent non-cooperation. Non-violence, he said, means avoiding not only external physical violence, but also internal violence of spirit. You not only refuse to shoot a man, you refuse to hate him. Those people who talk about hate the haters, I'm against hate, so I'm going to hate you, they have no idea that they're perpetuating that which they claim, deceive themselves, that they are opposing. I don't hate any of the people that try to silence me. I feel sorry for them. I think they're pathetic. Because if I hate them, I become them. If I fight them, I become them. Because what you fight, you become, and what you hate, you become. The first principle of nonviolent action is that of non-cooperation with everything humiliating. People are cooperating with things that humiliate them all the time. And as long as we do that, this system will prevail. But look at all the fake faces that people put on. What face do I have to put on for this person so that he'll think I'm this, that, or the other? What fake face do I have to put on for this person in this situation and that situation? That is humiliating, because we are denying the true self, the unique self, to acquiesce to what people, other people, we think other people want us to be. Therefore, they are controlling our lives, not us. No more fake me. No more fake faces. Just expressing and looking the world in the eye and being what we truly are, speaking our truth, giving our opinions even though people don't like them. It's the only way we're going to preserve freedom. There's no other way. No more fake gods. No more bowing down to people, women in bloody hats who are just called queens, so you get on your bloody knees and you back out the bloody room. Who is she? A woman in a hat who's given a title, thus everything changes. Well, not for me, it doesn't. If this guy was the king and she was the chambermaid, he'd be bowing to him. It's madness. But we do it all the time, not just in terms of the queen, but authority in general. No more giving our power away to others. Tell me what to think. No, I'll decide what I think. You can have an input if you like, but I'll decide if I believe it or not. And you see the power of giving your power away in terms of giving tyranny power over you. This is a Nazi rally. Look at those people. And it goes on right into the distance. It's vast. And yet, all those people are controlled by a guy standing here in the distance. Why? Because he has power over them? No. Because they have given their power to him. And thus he recycles it back over them. All these people here only give him power because they give him their power. And these other people in uniform are imposing his will on them, and they are acquiescing to that and thus giving him power. That's how one man and a few around him created the Nazi catastrophe. Now, take that and turn it upside down, and you have the Hunger Games society. exactly the structure we're moving towards in global society and global control. The less than 1% imposing its will on the rest of the population, with the uniform police military state in the middle, representing him and imposing his will on them and making sure that they cannot challenge him. It's exactly the same principle. It's been the principle throughout human history, and the only way out of it is for the mass of people that vastly outnumber that and vastly outnumber him to start expressing themselves and not giving their power away to that authority anymore. Because without that giving power away, that has no power over us. I have no power unless you give me yours. And people do all the time. And that's why we live in the world that we do. You will obey, you will obey. No, we won't. You will do what I say. No, I won't. Oh, go on. No. What are they going to do? If millions and millions of people say, we're not doing it, they have no power. Their power is in saying, oh, I don't agree with it. Well, you better do it because, it's the law. All the time people say, what can I do? What is it they can do? And what they mean is, what can we do without me actually doing anything that is something I would rather not do? That's what they mean. How much does freedom matter? Freedom matter enough to stand up for it, or freedom matter only enough to moan that it's being taken away? No pawns, no game. We are all in this together. Whether you're Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, black, white, sky blue, pink, doesn't matter. It's just an experience for a few decades in a particular band of frequency. That's all it is. Anyone think there are synagogues beyond this realm? Or mosques? Or churches? Yeah. Anyone think that people that amass great amounts of money take it with them? No, it's just a brief experience. But if we don't realize that we're all the target and this is just a brief experience and the labels are merely the experience, then we can be divided and ruled and played off against each other, as we are, that allows the few control the many. Why? Because the many are fighting each other. We need to end this divide and rule over race and religion and left and right and men and women and sexuality and young and old and phone that divide us. As they try to drive us apart, which they have to do for the few to control the many, maybe the way to remove the cause of the problem is to come together. Maybe that's the reason, or the way we should be going. And bringing an end to this groupthink, not just thinking as a group and thinking as a herd, but judging everyone by their group. To drive us apart and keep this divide and rule going, they have to get us to see everything in a group. This group good, this group bad. This group, you can't say anything against them through political correctness. This group, you can say what you bloody like, it doesn't matter. But within this group, and this group, and this group, and all these other groups, are nice people, okay people, and bloody psychopaths in every group. And surely what we should be doing is looking at people's individual behavior, irrespective of race, background, color, creed, and income bracket, instead of judging them by the group they are perceived to be part of. Propaganda must facilitate, said Joseph Goebbels, the displacement of aggression by specifying the targets for hatred. That's what's happening. We're being told who to hate by people who are anti-hate. And so we have this thing about white supremacy and white privilege. And the group, toxic masculinity, especially white masculinity, white privilege. Are some people privileged because they're white? Yes. Are people in other countries that are not dominated by white people privileged because they're not white? Yes. But are we saying in this white supremacy madness that this guy is an expression of white privilege and white supremacy? He's a white bloke living in the bloody street. But if you only judge groups, he becomes part of white supremacy. It is madness, but there's method in the madness. to drive wedges between us. This is NBC, goes full racist, says the problem with America is white women. I've said in this meme here, it'll be the bloody dog next. It's madness. You do not delete racism by reversing it. And that's what's happening. Why? To drive wedges between us and advance an agenda. Whatever color the body is, whatever nature the body is, it's just a vehicle for the true I consciousness to experience this reality. It doesn't matter whether it's black or white or Jewish or Hindu or Muslim. It doesn't freaking matter. We are simply awareness. These are just experiences. And the fact that we've lost sight of that means we have the world we live in today. Labels enslave us. Seeing their illusion will set us free. And like I say, the irony is stunning that people in Australia who self-identify entirely with their label can have me banned from their country as being a racist, when, to me, racism is just the confirmation of misunderstanding of the reality and the nature of the true I. We are infinite awareness, all of us experiencing itself on an eternal journey. And as I say here, when humanity remembers we are all one consciousness having different experiences, the illusional fault lines that divide us will fall, and peace will come. And only then, because short of that, we'll be too busy fighting each other. The human condition in one word, unconscious. The answer in two, becoming conscious, beyond mind, beyond intellect. I woke up. What does that mean? I broke out of the program and accessed the nature of the true I. People say, I'm seeking. But I'm seeking means I'm seeking to find something that I'm not. But what we are is infinite awareness. We don't have to find it. We don't have to seek it. We are it. What's keeping us from being influenced by it is the program, the perceptual program that disconnects us from it. Waking up is simply ditching the program, putting aside all the things we've been told to believe, and starting again and letting what we believe earn its place in our perceptions instead of just being accepted because the authorities say it's true. Breaking out of the postage stamp mentality into infinite mentality, infinite reality. This is the revolution. No. This is the revolution. It always has been, it always will be. It's the only way that anything has ever changed for the better. The revolution of perception. And we are now faced with a situation where if we don't have this revolution of perception and all that comes from it pretty damn quick, then this world is going to become a nightmare of Orwellian control. And the reason that I keep going on and going on and going on day after day is because I know this revolution of perception is so close. And when it comes, it can bring an end to all this in a dramatically short time. And that's what I will work for to the day I keel over and experience forever again. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.